As always, this book is for my family. And also for Jordan, Nina, and Sylvie. The bright lights of a new generation. Atra Esterni Ono Thelduin. Contents. Master, Table of Contents. Cover. Title page. Copyright. Dedication. Synopsis of Aragon and Eldest. The Gates of Death. Around the Campfire. Assault on Helgrand. Divergence. Ryder and Razak. To Walk the Land Alone. The Trial of the Long Knives. Winged Tidings. Escape and Evasion. A Delicate Matter. Bloodwolf. Mercy, Dragon Rider. Shadows of the Past. Amid the restless crowd. To Answer a King. A Feast with Friends. Intersecting Sagas. Making Amends. Gifts of Gold. I Need a Sword. Unexpected Guests. Fire in the Sky. Man and Wife. Whispers in the Night. Orders. Footprints of Shadow. Over Hill and Mountain. For My Love. A Forest of Stone. The Laughing Dead. Blood on the Rocks. A Matter of Perspective. Kiss Me Sweet. Glumra. Clanmeat. Insubordination. Message in a Mirror. Four Strokes Upon the Drum. Reunion. Ascension. Words of Wisdom. The Whipping Post. Among the Clouds. Butting Heads. Genealogy. Two Lovers Doomed. Inheritance. Souls of Stone. Hands of a Warrior. The Tree of Life. This is a Borzoi. Not. Contents. A Delicate Orders. Ascension. 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 Words of Wisdom. The Whipping Post. Among the Clouds. Butting Heads. 3. As his synopsis of Aragon and Eldest. Aragon, a 15-year-old farm boy, is shocked when a polished blue stone appears before him in the range of mountains known as the Spine. Aragon takes the stone to the farm where he lives with his uncle, Garrow, and his cousin, Roran, outside the small village of Carvajal. Garrow and his late wife, Marion, have raised Aragon. Nothing is known of Aragon's father. His mother, Selena, was Garrow's sister and has not been seen since Aragon's birth. Later, the stone cracks open and a baby dragon emerges. When Aragon touches her, a silvery mark appears on his palm, and an irrevocable bond is forged between their minds, making Aragon one of the legendary dragon riders. He names the dragon Saphira, after a dragon mentioned by the village storyteller, Brom. The dragon riders were created thousands of years earlier in the aftermath of the devastating war between the elves and the dragons, in order to prevent their two races from ever again fighting each other. The riders became peacekeepers, educators, healers, natural philosophers, and the greatest of all magicians, since being joined with a dragon makes one a spellcaster. Under their guidance and protection, the land enjoyed a golden age. When humans arrived in Algesia, they too were added to this elite order. After many years of peace, the warlike Urgles killed the dragon of a young human rider named Galbatorix. The loss drove him mad, and when his elders refused to provide him with another dragon, Galbatorix set out to topple the riders. He stole another dragon, whom he named Shrukin, and forced to serve him through certain black spells, and gathered around himself a group of 13 traitors, the Forsworn. With the help of those cruel disciples, Galbatorix threw down the riders, killed their leader, Vriel, and declared himself king over Algesia. His actions forced the elves to retreat deep within their pinewood forest and the dwarves to hide in their tunnels and caves, and neither race now ventures forth from its secret places. The stalemate between Galbatorix and the other races has endured for over 100 years, during which all of the Forsworn have died from various causes. It is into this tense political situation that Aragon finds himself thrust. Several months after Saphira hatches, two menacing, beetle-like strangers called the Razak arrive in Carvajal, searching for the stone that was Saphira's egg. Aragon and Saphira manage to evade them, but they destroy Aragon's home and murder Garrow. Aragon vows to track down and kill the Razak. As he leaves Carvajal, the storyteller Brom, who knows of Saphira's existence, accosts Aragon and asks to accompany him. Brom gives Aragon a red dragon rider's sword, Zarok, though he refuses to say how he acquired it. Aragorn learns much from Brom during their travels, including how to fight with swords and use magic. When they lose the Rizak's trail, they go to the port town of Term and visit Brom's old friend Jayod, who Brom thinks may be able to help them locate the Rizak's lair. In Term, they learn that the Rizak lives somewhere close to the city of Drosleona. Aragorn also has his fortune told by the herbalist Angela and receives two strange pieces of advice from her companion, the werecat Solembum. On the way to Drosleona, Brom reveals that he is an agent of the Varden, a rebel group dedicated to overthrowing Galbatorix, and that he had been hiding in Carvajal, waiting for a new dragon rider to appear. 20 years ago, Brom was involved in stealing Saphira's egg from Galbatorix and, in the process, killed Morzin, first and last of the Forsworn. Only 2 other dragon eggs still exist, both of which remain in Galbatorix's possession. In and near Drosleona, they encounter the Rizak, who mortally wound Brom while he is protecting Aragorn. A mysterious young man named Murtaugh drives the Rizak away. With his dying breath, Brom confesses that he too was once a rider and that his slain dragon was also named Saphira. Aragorn and Saphira then decide to join the Varden, but Aragorn is captured at the city of Gilead and brought before Durza, an evil and powerful shade who serves Galbatorix. With Murtaugh's help, Aragorn escapes from prison, bringing along with him the elf Arya, another captive of Durza's and an ambassador to the Varden. Arya has been poisoned and requires the Varden's medical help. Pursued by a contingent of Urgals, the 4 of them flee across the land to the Varden's headquarters in the giant Bior Mountains, which stand over 10 miles high. Circumstances force Murtaugh, who does not want to go to the Varden, to reveal that he is the son of Morzin. Murtaugh, however, has denounced his dead father's villainy and fled Galbatorix's court to seek his own destiny. And he tells Aragorn that the sword Zarok once belonged to Murtaugh's father. Just before they are overwhelmed by the Urgals, Aragorn and his friends are rescued by the Varden, who live in Farthendur, a hollow mountain that is also home to the dwarves' capital, Trondheim. Once inside, Aragorn is taken to a jihad, leader of the Varden, while Murtaugh is imprisoned because of his relation to Morzin. Aragorn meets with the dwarf king, Hrothgar, and Ajahad's daughter, Nasuda, and is tested by the twins, 2 rather nasty magicians who serve a jihad. Aragorn and Saphira also bless one of the Varden's orphan babies while the Varden heal Arya of her poisoning. Aragorn's stay is disrupted by news of an Urgal army approaching underground, through the dwarves' tunnels. In the battle that follows, Aragorn is separated from Saphira and forced to fight Durza alone. Far stronger than any human, Durza easily defeats Aragorn, slashing open his back from shoulder to hip. At that moment, Saphira and Arya break the roof of a chamber, a 60-foot wide star sapphire, distracting Durza long enough for Aragorn to stab him through the heart. Freed from Durza's spells, which were controlling them, the Urgals are driven back. While Aragorn lies unconscious after the battle, he is telepathically contacted by a being who identifies himself as Togira Ikonoka, the cripple who is whole. He urges Aragorn to seek him for instruction in Elsmera, the elves' capital. When Aragorn wakes, he has a huge scar across his back. Dismayed, he also realizes he only slew Durza through sheer luck and that he desperately needs more training. And at the end of Book 1, he decides that, yes, he will find this Togira Ikonoka and learn from him. Eldest begins 3 days after Aragorn slays Durza. The Varden are recovering from the Battle of Farthendur, and a jihad, Murtaugh, and the twins have been hunting down the Urgals who escaped into the tunnels underneath Farthendur after the battle. When a group of Urgals takes them by surprise, the jihad is killed and Murtaugh and the twins disappear in the fray. The Varden's Council of Elders appoints Nasuda to succeed her father as new leader of the Varden, and Aragorn swears fealty to her as her vassal. Aragorn and Saphira decide they must leave for Elsmera to begin their training with the cripple who is whole. Before they go, the dwarf king, Hrothgar, offers to adopt Aragorn into his clan, the Durgrimstingidum, and Aragorn accepts, which gives him full legal rights as a dwarf and entitles him to participate in dwarvish councils. Both Arya and Orig, Hrothgar's foster son, accompany Aragorn and Saphira on their journey to the land of the elves. En route, they stop in Tarnag, a dwarf city. Some of the dwarves are friendly, but Aragorn learns that one clan in particular does not welcome him and Saphira, the As-Swelden Rak Anwin, who hate riders and dragons because the Forsworn slaughtered so many of their clan. The party finally arrives in Duweldenvarden, the forest of the elves. At Elsmera, Aragorn and Saphira meet Islandzadi, queen of the elves, who, they learn, is Arya's mother. They also meet with the cripple who is whole, an ancient elf named Oromis. He too is a rider. Oromis and his dragon, Glader, have kept their existence hidden from Galbatorix for the past 100 years while they searched for a way to overthrow the king. Both Oromis and Glader are afflicted with old wounds that prevent them from fighting. Glader is missing a leg and Oromis, who was captured and broken by the Forsworn, is unable to control large amounts of magic and is prone to debilitating seizures. Eragon and Saphira begin their training, both together and separately. Eragon learns more about the history of Alagesia's races, swordsmanship, and the ancient language, which all magicians use. In his studies of the ancient language, he discovers he made a terrible mistake when he and Saphira blessed the orphaned baby in Farthendur. He intended to say, "May you be shielded from misfortune," but what he actually said was, "May you be a shield from misfortune." He has cursed the baby to shield others from any and all pain and misfortune. Saphira makes quick progress learning from Glader, but the scar Eragon bears as a result of his battle with Durza slows his training. Not only is the mark on his back disfiguring, but at unexpected times it incapacitates him with painful spasms. He does not know how he will improve as a magician and swordsman if his convulsions continue. Eragon begins to realize he has feelings for Arya. He confesses them to her, but she rebuffs him and soon leaves to return to the Varden. Then the elves hold a ritual known as the Agati Bladron, or the Blood Oath celebration, during which Eragon goes through a magical transformation. He is turned into an elf-human hybrid, not quite one, not quite the other. As a result, his scar is healed and he now has the same superhuman strength the elves have. His features are also altered, so he appears slightly elvish. At this point, Eragon learns that the Varden are on the brink of battle with the Empire and are in dire need of him and Saphira. While Eragon has been away, Nasuda has moved the Varden from Farthendur to Serda, a country south of the Empire that still maintains its independence from Galbatorix. Eragon and Saphira leave Elsmera, along with Auric, after promising Oromis and Glader that they will return to complete their training as soon as they can. Meanwhile, Eragon's cousin, Roran, has been having his own adventures. Galbatorix has sent the Rizak and a legion of Imperial soldiers to Carvajal, looking to capture Roran, so as to use him against Eragon. Roran manages to escape into the nearby mountains. He and the other villagers attempt to drive the soldiers away. Numerous villagers die in the process. When Sloane, the village butcher, who hates Roran and opposes Roran's engagement to his daughter, Katrina, betrays Roran to the Rizak, the beetle-like creatures find and attack Roran in the middle of the night in his bedroom. Roran fights his way free, but the Rizak capture Katrina. Roran convinces the people of Carvajal to leave their village and seek refuge with the Varden in Serda. They set out westward for the coast, in the hope that they can sail from there to Serda. Roran proves himself as a leader, bringing them safely through the spine to the coast. In the port town of Term, they meet Jayod, who tells Roran that Eragon is a rider and explains what the Rizak were looking for in Carvajal in the first place, Saphira. Jayod offers to help Roran and the villagers reach Serda, pointing out that once Roran and the villagers are safely with the Varden, Roran can enlist Eragon's help in rescuing Katrina. Jayod and the villagers pirate a ship and sail toward Serda. Eragon and Saphira reach the Varden, who are readying for battle. Eragon learns what has become of the baby upon whom he bestowed the ill-phrased blessing. Her name is Elba, and though, chronologically, she is still a baby, she has the appearance of a 4-year-old child and the voice and demeanor of a world-weary adult. Eragon's spell forces her to sense the pain of all the people she sees, and compels her to protect them. If she resists this urge, she herself suffers. Eragon, Saphira, and the Varden ride out to meet the Empire's troops on the burning plains, a large swath of land that smokes and smolders from underground peat fires. They are astonished when another rider appears astride a red dragon. The new rider slays Hrothgar, the dwarf king, and then begins to fight with Eragon and Saphira. When Eragon manages to wrench the rider's helm off, he is shocked to see Murtaugh. Murtaugh did not die in the Urgal ambush under Farthendur. The twins arranged it all. They are traitors who planned the ambush so a jihad would be killed and they could capture Murtaugh and take him to Galbatorix. The king forced Murtaugh to swear loyalty to him in the ancient language. Now Murtaugh and his newly hatched dragon, Rorn, are Galbatorix's slaves, and Murtaugh asserts that his oaths will never allow him to disobey the king, though Eragon pleads with him to abandon Galbatorix and join the Varden. Murtaugh is able to overwhelm Eragon and Saphira with an inexplicable display of strength. However, he decides to free them because of their previous friendship. Before Murtaugh leaves, he takes Zarok from Eragon, claiming it as his inheritance as Morzen's elder son. Then he reveals that he is not Morzen's only son. Eragon and Murta are brothers, both sons of Selena, Morzen's consort. The twins discovered the truth when they examined Eragon's memories the day he arrived at Farthandur. Still reeling from Murta's revelation about their parentage, Eragon retreats with Saphira, and he is finally reunited with Roran and the villagers of Carvajal, who have arrived at the Burning Plains just in time to aid the Varden in the battle. Roran fought heroically and succeeded in killing the twins. Eragon and Roran make peace over Eragon's role in Garrow's death, and Eragon vows to help Roran rescue Katrina from the Rizak. The Gates of Death. Eragon stared at the dark tower of stone wherein hid the monsters who had murdered his uncle, Garrow. He was lying on his belly behind the edge of a sandy hill dotted with sparse blades of grass, thorn bushes, and small, rosebud-like cactuses. The brittle stems of last year's foliage pricked his palms as he inched forward to gain a better view of Helgrind, which loomed over the surrounding land like a black dagger thrust out from the bowels of the earth. The evening sun streaked the low hills with shadows long and narrow and, far in the west, illuminated the surface of Leona Lake so that the horizon became a rippling bar of gold. To his left, Eragon heard the steady breathing of his cousin, Roran, who was stretched out beside him. The normally inaudible flow of air seemed preternaturally loud to Eragon with his heightened sense of hearing, one of many such changes wrought by his experience during the Agati Blodrin, the Elves' Blood Oath celebration. He paid little attention to that now as he watched a column of people inch toward the base of Helgrind, apparently having walked from the city of Dros Leona, some miles away. A contingent of 24 men and women, garbed in thick leather robes, occupied the head of the column. This group moved with many strange and varied gaits. They limped and shuffled and humped and wriggled. They swung on crutches or used arms to propel themselves forward on curiously short legs, contortions that were necessary because, as Eragon realized, every one of the 24 lacked an arm or a leg or some combination thereof. Their leader sat upright upon a litter borne by 6 oiled slaves, a pose Eragon regarded as a rather amazing accomplishment, considering that the man or woman, he could not tell which, consisted of nothing more than a torso and head, upon whose brow balanced an ornate leather crest 3 feet high. The priests of Helgrind, he murmured to Roran. Can they use magic? Possibly. I dare not explore Helgrind with my mind until they leave, for if any are magicians, they will sense my touch, however light, and our presence will be revealed. Behind the priests trudged a double line of young men swathed in gold cloth. Each carried a rectangular metal frame subdivided by 12 horizontal crossbars from which hung iron bells the size of winter rutabagas. Half of the young men gave their frames a vigorous shake when they stepped forward with their right foot, producing a dolorous cacophony of notes, while the other half shook their frames when they advanced upon the left foot, causing iron tongues to crash against iron throats and emit a mournful clamor that echoed over the hills. The acolytes accompanied the throbbing of the bells with their own cries, groaning and shouting in an ecstasy of passion. At the rear of the grotesque procession trudged a comet's tail of inhabitants from Dros Leona, nobles, merchants, tradesmen, several high-ranking military commanders, and a motley collection of those less fortunate, such as laborers, beggars, and common foot soldiers. Eragon wondered if Dros Leona's governor, Marcus Tabor, was somewhere in their midst. Drawing to a stop at the edge of the precipitous mound of scree that ringed Helgrind, the priests gathered on either side of a rust-colored boulder with a polished top. When the entire column stood motionless before the crude altar, the creature upon the litter stirred and began to chant in a voice as discordant as the moaning of the bells. The shaman's declamations were repeatedly truncated by gusts of wind, but Eragon caught snatches of the ancient language, strangely twisted and mispronounced, interspersed with dwarf and Urgal words, all of which were united by an archaic dialect of Eragon's own tongue. What he understood caused him to shudder, for the sermon spoke of things best left unknown, of a malevolent hate that had festered for centuries in the dark caverns of people's hearts before being allowed to flourish in the riders, absence, of blood and madness, and of foul rituals performed underneath a black moon. At the end of that depraved oration, 2 of the lesser priests rushed forward and lifted their master, or mistress, as the case might be, off the litter and onto the face of the altar. Then the high priest issued a brief order. Twin blades of steel winked like stars as they rose and fell. A rivulet of blood sprang from each of the high priest's shoulders, flowed down the leather-encased torso, and then pooled across the boulder until it overflowed onto the gravel below. 2 more priests jumped forward to catch the crimson flow in goblets that, when filled to the rim, were distributed among the members of the congregation, who eagerly drank. "Gar," said Roran in an undertone. "You failed to mention that those errant flesh-mongers, those gore-bellied, boggle-minded idiot worshippers were cannibals." Not quite. They do not partake of the meat. When all the attendees had wet their throats, the servile novitiates returned the high priest to the litter and bound the creature's shoulders with strips of white linen. Wet blotches quickly sullied the virgin cloth. The wounds seemed to have no effect upon the high priest, for the limbless figure rotated back toward the devotees with their lips of cranberry red and pronounced, "Now are you truly my brothers and sisters, having tasted the sap of my veins here in the shadow of Almighty Helgrin. Blood calls to blood, and if ever your family should need help, do then what you can for the church and for others who acknowledge the power of our dread Lord. To affirm and reaffirm our fealty to the triumvirate, recite with me the 9 oaths. By Gorm, Ilda, and Fel Angbara, we vow to perform homage at least thrice a month." Wet blotches quickly sullied the virgin cloth. The wounds seemed to have no effect upon the high priest, for the limbless figure rotated back toward the devotees with their lips of cranberry red and pronounced, "Now are you truly my brothers and sisters, having tasted the sap of my veins here in the shadow of Almighty Helgrin. Blood calls to blood, and if ever your family should need help, do then what you can for the church and for others who acknowledge the power of our dread Lord. To affirm and reaffirm our fealty to the triumvirate, recite with me the 9 oaths. By Gorm, Ilda, and Fel Angbara, we vow to perform homage at least thrice a month, in the hour before dusk, and then to make an offering of ourselves to appease the eternal hunger of our great and terrible Lord. We vow to observe the strictures as they are presented in the Book of Tosk. We vow to always carry our Bregnir on our bodies and to forever abstain from the 12 of 12s and the touch of a many-knotted rope, lest it corrupt." A sudden rise in the wind obscured the rest of the high priest's list. Then Aragon saw those who listened take out a small, curved knife and, one by one, cut themselves in the crook of their elbows and anoint the altar with a stream of their blood. Some minutes later, the angry breeze subsided and Aragon again heard the priest, "And such things as you long and lust for will be granted to you as a reward for your obedience. Our worship is complete. However, if any now stand among you who are brave enough to demonstrate the true depth of their faith, let them show themselves." The audience stiffened and leaned forward, their faces rapt. This, apparently, was what they had been waiting for. For a long, silent pause, it seemed as if they would be disappointed, but then one of the acolytes broke ranks and shouted, "I will." With a roar of delight, his brethren began to brandish their bells in a quick and savage beat, whipping the congregation into such a frenzy, they jumped and yelled as if they had taken leave of their senses. The rough music kindled a spark of excitement in Aragon's heart, despite his revulsion at the proceedings, waking some primal and brutish part of him. Shedding his gold robes so that he wore nothing but a leather breechcloth, the dark-haired youth sprang on top of the altar. Gouts of ruby spray erupted on either side of his feet. He faced Helgrind and began to shiver and quake as if stricken with palsy, keeping time with the tolling of the cruel iron bells. His head rolled loosely upon his neck, foam gathered at the corners of his mouth, his arms thrashed like snakes. Sweat oiled his muscles until he gleamed like a bronze statue in the dying light. The bells soon reached a manic tempo where one note clashed against another, at which point the young man thrust a hand out behind himself. Into it, a priest deposited the hilt of a bizarre implement, a single-edged weapon, 2.5 feet long, with a full tang, scale grips, a vestigial cross-guard, and a broad, flat blade that widened and was scalloped near the end, a shape reminiscent of a dragon wing. It was a tool designed for but one purpose, to hack through armor and bones and sinew as easily as through a bulging waterskin. The young man lifted the weapon so that it slanted toward the highest peak of Helgrind. Then he dropped to one knee and, with an incoherent cry, brought the blade down across his right wrist. Blood sprayed the rocks behind the altar. Aragon winced and averted his eyes, although he could not escape the youth's piercing screams. It was nothing Aragon had not seen in battle, but it seemed wrong to deliberately mutilate yourself when it was so easy to become disfigured in everyday life. Blades of grass rasped against one another as Roran shifted his weight. He muttered some curse, which was lost in his beard, and then fell silent again. While a priest tended to the young man's wound, staunching the bleeding with a spell, an acolyte let loose 2 slaves from the high priest's litter, only to chain them by the ankles to an iron loop embedded in the altar. Then the acolytes divested themselves of numerous packages from underneath their robes and piled them on the ground, out of reach of the slaves. Their ceremonies at an end, the priests and their retinue departed Helgrind for Dros Leona, wailing and ringing the entire way. The now one-handed zealot stumbled along just behind the high priest. A beatific smile graced his face. "Well," said Aragon, and released his pent-up breath as the column vanished behind a distant hill. "Well, what? I've traveled among both dwarves and elves, and nothing they did was ever as strange as what those people, those humans, do. They're as monstrous as the Rizak." Roran jerked his chin toward Helgrind. "Can you find out now if Katrina is in there?" "I'll try, but be ready to run." Closing his eyes, Aragon slowly extended his consciousness outward, moving from the mind of one living thing to another, like tendrils of water seeping through sand. He touched teeming cities of insects frantically scurrying about their business, lizards and snakes hidden among warm rocks, diverse species of songbirds, and numerous small mammals. Insects and animals alike bustled with activity as they prepared for the fast-approaching night, whether by retreating to their various dens or, in the case of those of a nocturnal bent, by yawning, stretching, and otherwise readying themselves to hunt and forage. Just as with his other senses, Aragon's ability to touch another being's thoughts diminished with distance. By the time his psychic probe arrived at the base of Helgrind, he could perceive only the largest of animals, and even those but faintly. He proceeded with caution, ready to withdraw at a second's notice if he happened to brush against the minds of their prey, the Rizak and the Rizak's parents and steeds, the gigantic Lether Blaka. Aragon was willing to expose himself in this manner only because none of the Rizak's breed could use magic, and he did not believe that they were Mindbreakers, non-magicians trained to fight with telepathy. The Rizak and Lether Blaka had no need for such tricks when their breath alone could induce a stupor in the largest of men. And though Aragon risked discovery by his ghostly investigation, he, Roran, and Saphira had to know if the Rizak had imprisoned Katrina, Roran's betrothed, in Helgrind, for the answer would determine whether their mission was one of rescue or one of capture and interrogation. Aragon searched long and hard. When he returned to himself, Roran was watching him with the expression of a starving wolf. His gray eyes burned with a mixture of anger, hope, and despair that was so great, it seemed as if his emotions might burst forth and incinerate everything in sight in a blaze of unimaginable intensity, melting the very rocks themselves. This Aragon understood. Katrina's father, the butcher Sloane, had betrayed Roran to the Rizak. When they failed to capture him, the Rizak had instead seized Katrina from Roran's bedroom and spirited her away from Palantir Valley, leaving the inhabitants of Carvajal to be killed and enslaved by King Galbatorix's soldiers. Unable to pursue Katrina, Roran had, just in time, convinced the villagers to abandon their homes and to follow him across the Spine and then south along the coast of Alagizia, where they joined forces with the rebel Varden. The hardships they endured as a result had been many and terrible. But circuitous as it was, that course had reunited Roran with Aragon, who knew the location of the Rizak's den and had promised to help save Katrina. Roran had only succeeded, as he later explained, because the strength of his passion drove him to extremes that others feared and avoided, and thus allowed him to confound his enemies. A similar fervor now gripped Aragon. He would leap into harm's way without the slightest regard for his own safety if someone he cared for was in danger. He loved Roran as a brother, and since Roran was to marry Katrina, Aragon had extended his definition of family to include her as well. This concept seemed even more important because Aragon and Roran were the last heirs of their line. Aragon had renounced all affiliation with his birth brother, Murtaugh, and the only relatives he and Roran had left were each other, and now Katrina. Noble sentiments of kinship were not the only force that drove the pair. Another goal obsessed them as well, revenge. Even as they plotted to snatch Katrina from the grasp of the Rizak, so the two warriors, mortal man and dragon rider alike, sought to slay King Galbatorix's unnatural servants for torturing and murdering Garrow, who was Roran's father and had been as a father to Aragon. The intelligence, then, that Aragon had gleaned was as important to him as to Roran. I think I felt her, he said. It's hard to be certain, because we're so far from Helgrund and I've never touched her mind before, but I think she's in that forsaken peak, concealed somewhere near the very top. Is she sick? Is she injured? Blasted, Aragon, don't hide it from me. Have they hurt her? She's in no pain at the moment. More than that, I cannot say, for it required all my strength just to make out the glow of her consciousness. I could not communicate with her. Aragon refrained from mentioning, however, that he had detected a second person as well, one whose identity he suspected and the presence of whom, if confirmed, troubled him greatly. What I didn't find were the Rizak or the Lether Blaka. Even if I somehow overlooked the Rizak, their parents are so large, their life force should blaze like 1,000 lanterns, even as Saphira's does. Aside from Katrina and a few other dim specks of light, Helgrund is black, black, black. Roran scowled, clenched his left fist, and glared at the mountain of rock, which was fading into the dusk as purple shadows enveloped it. In a low, flat voice, as if talking with himself, he said, "It doesn't matter whether you are right or wrong." How so? We dare not attack tonight. Night is when the Rizak are strongest, and if they are nearby, it would be stupid to fight them when we're at a disadvantage. Agreed. Yes. So, we wait for the dawn. Roran gestured toward the slaves chained to the gory altar. If those poor wretches are gone by then, we know the Rizak are here, and we proceed as planned. If not, we curse our bad luck that they escaped us, free the slaves, rescue Katrina, and fly back to the Varden with her before Murda hunts us down. Either way, I doubt the Rizak will leave Katrina unattended for long, not if Galbatorix wants her to survive so he can use her as a tool against me. Aragon nodded. He wanted to release the slaves now, but doing so could warn their foes that something was amiss. Nor, if the Rizak came to collect their dinner, could he and Saphira intercede before the slaves were carried away. A battle in the open between a dragon and creatures such as the Lether Blaka would attract the attention of every man, woman, and child for leagues around. And Aragon did not think he, Saphira, or Roran could survive if Galbatorix learned they were alone in his empire. He looked away from the shackled men. For their sake, I hope the Rizak are on the other side of Alagizio or, at least, that the Rizak aren't hungry tonight. By unspoken consent, Aragon and Roran crawled backward down from the crest of the low hill they were hiding behind. At the bottom, they rose into a half-crouch, then turned and, still doubled over, ran between two rows of hills. The shallow depression gradually deepened into a narrow, flood-carved gully lined with crumbling slabs of shale. Dodging the gnarled juniper trees that dotted the gully, Aragon glanced up and, through clumps of needles, saw the first constellations to adorn the velvet sky. They seemed cold and sharp, like bright shards of ice. Then he concentrated on maintaining his footing as he and Roran trotted south toward their camp. Around the campfire, the low mound of coals throbbed like the heart of some giant beast. Occasionally, a patch of gold sparks flared into existence and raced across the surface of the wood before vanishing into a white-hot crevice. The dying remnants of the fire Aragon and Roran had built cast a dim red light over the surrounding area, revealing a patch of rocky soil, a few pewter gray bushes, the indistinct mass of a juniper tree farther off, then nothing. Aragon sat with his bare feet extended toward the nest of ruby embers, enjoying the warmth, and with his back propped against the knobby scales of Saphira's thick right foreleg. Opposite him, Roran was perched on the iron-hard, sun-bleached, wind-worn shell of an ancient tree trunk. Every time he moved, the trunk produced a bitter shriek that made Aragon want to claw at his ears. For the moment, quiet reigned within the hollow. Even the coals smoldered in silence. Roran had collected only long dead branches devoid of moisture to eliminate any smoke that unfriendly eyes might spot. Aragon had just finished recounting the day's activities to Saphira. Normally, he never had to tell her what he had been doing, as thoughts, feelings, and other sensations flowed between them as easily as water from one side of a lake to another. But in this instance it was necessary because Aragon had kept his mind carefully shielded during the scouting expedition, aside from his disembodied foray into the Rizak's lair. After a considerable gap in the conversation, Saphira yawned, exposing her rows of many fearsome teeth. Cruel and evil they may be, but I am impressed that the Rizak can bewitch their prey into wanting to be eaten. They are great hunters to do that. Perhaps I shall attempt it someday. But not, Aragon felt compelled to add, with people. Try it with sheep instead. People, sheep, what difference is there to a dragon? Then she laughed deep in her long throat, a rolling rumble that reminded him of thunder. Leaning forward to take his weight off Saphira's sharp-edged scales, Aragon picked up the hawthorn staff that lay by his side. He rolled it between his palms, admiring the play of light over the polished tangle of roots at the top and the much-scratched metal ferrule and spike at the base. Roran had thrust the staff into his arms before they left the Varden on the burning plains, saying, "Here. Fisk made this for me after the Rizak bit my shoulder. I know you lost your sword, and I thought you might have need of it. If you want to get another blade, that's fine too, but I've found there are very few fights you can't win with a few whacks from a good, strong stick." Remembering the staff Brom had always carried, Aragon had decided to forego a new sword in favor of the length of knotted hawthorn. After losing Zarok, he felt no desire to take up another, lesser sword. That night, he had fortified both the knotted hawthorn and the handle to Roran's hammer with several spells that would prevent either piece from breaking, except under the most extreme stress. Unbidden, a series of memories overwhelmed Aragon. A sullen orange and crimson sky swirled around him as Saphira dove in pursuit of the red dragon and his rider. Wind howled past his ears. His fingers went numb from the jolt of sword-striking sword as he dueled that same rider on the ground. Tearing off his foe's helm in the midst of combat to reveal his once friend and traveling companion, Murtagh, whom he had thought dead. The sneer upon Murtagh's face as he took Zarok from Aragon, claiming the red sword by right of inheritance as Aragon's elder brother. Ellipsis. Aragon blinked, disoriented as the noise and fury of battle faded and the pleasant aroma of juniper wood replaced the stench of blood. He ran his tongue over his upper teeth, trying to eradicate the taste of bile that filled his mouth. Murtagh. The name alone generated a welter of confused emotions in Aragon. On one hand, he liked Murtagh. Murtagh had saved Aragon and Saphira from the Rizak after their first, ill-fated visit to Mos Leona, risked his life to help extricate Aragon from Gilead, acquitted himself honorably in the Battle of Parthen Dûr, and, despite the torments he no doubt endured as a result, had chosen to interpret his orders from Galbatorix in a way that allowed him to release Aragon and Saphira after the Battle of the Burning Plains instead of taking them captive. It was not Murtagh's fault that the twins had abducted him, that the red dragon, Thorn, had hatched for him, or that Galbatorix had discovered their true names, with which he extracted oaths of fealty in the ancient language from both Murtagh and Thorn. None of that could be blamed on Murtagh. He was a victim of fate, and had been since the day he was born. And yet, Murtagh might serve Galbatorix against his will, and he might abhor the atrocities the king forced him to commit, but some part of him seemed to revel in wielding his newfound power. During the recent engagement between the Varden and the Empire on the Burning Plains, Murtagh had singled out the Dwarf King, Hrothgar, and slain him, although Galbatorix had not ordered Murtagh to do so. He had let Aragon and Saphira go, yes, but only after defeating them in a brutal contest of strength and then listening to Aragon plead for their freedom. And Murtagh had derived entirely too much pleasure from the anguish he inflicted upon Aragon by revealing they were both sons of Morzin, first and last of the 13 dragon riders, the Forsworn, who had betrayed their compatriots to Galbatorix. Now, 4 days after the battle, another explanation presented itself to Aragon. Perhaps what Murtagh enjoyed was watching another person shoulder the same terrible burden he had carried his whole life. Whether or not that was true, Aragon suspected Murtagh had embraced his new role for the same reason that a dog who has been whipped without cause will someday turn and attack his master. Murtagh had been whipped, and now he had his chance to strike back at a world that had shown him little enough kindness. Yet no matter what good might still flicker in Murtagh's breast, he and Aragon were doomed to be mortal enemies, for Murtagh's promises in the ancient language bound him to Galbatorix with unbreakable fetters and would forevermore. If only he hadn't gone with a jihad to hunt Urgles underneath Parthen Dûr. Or if I had just been a little faster, the twins. Aragon, said Saphira. He caught himself and nodded, grateful for her intervention. Aragon did his best to avoid brooding upon Murtagh or their shared parents, but such thoughts often waylaid him when he least expected it. Drawing and releasing a slow breath to clear his head, Aragon tried to force his mind back to the present but could not. The morning after the massive battle on the Burning Plains, when the Varden were busy regrouping and preparing to march after the Empire's army, which had retreated several leagues up the Jayat River, Aragon had gone to Nasuta and Arya, explained Roran's predicament, and sought their permission to help his cousin. He did not succeed. Both women vehemently opposed what Nasuta described as a harebrained scheme that will have catastrophic consequences for everyone in Algesia if it goes awry. The debate raged on for so long, at last Saphira had interrupted with a roar that shook the walls of the command tent. Then she said, I am sore and tired, and Aragon is doing a poor job of explaining himself. We have better things to do than stand around yammering like jackdaws, no. Good, now listen to me. It was, reflected Aragon, difficult to argue with a dragon. The details of Saphira's remarks were complex, but the underlying structure of her presentation was straightforward. Saphira supported Aragon because she understood how much the proposed mission meant to him, while Aragon supported Roran because of love and family, and because he knew Roran would pursue Katrina with or without him, and his cousin would never be able to defeat the Razak by himself. Also, so long as the Empire held Katrina captive, Roran, and through him, Aragon, was vulnerable to manipulation by Galbatorix. If the usurper threatened to kill Katrina, Roran would have no choice but to submit to his demands. It would be best, then, to patch this breach in their defenses before their enemies took advantage of it. As for the timing, it was perfect. Neither Galbatorix nor the Razak would expect a raid in the center of the Empire when the Varden were busy fighting Galbatorix's troops near the border of Serda. Murtaugh and Thorn had been seen flying toward Uruibane, no doubt to be chastised in person, and Nasuda and Arya agreed with Aragon that those two would probably then continue northward to confront Queen Islandzadi and the army under her command once the elves made their first strike and revealed their presence. And if possible, it would be good to eliminate the Razak before they started to terrorize and demoralize the Varden's warriors. Saphira had then pointed out, in the most diplomatic of terms, that if Nasuda asserted her authority as Aragon's legal lord and forbade him from participating in the sortie, it would poison their relationship with a sort of rancor and dissent that could undermine the Varden's cause. But, said Saphira, the choice is yours. Keep Aragon here if you want. However, his commitments are not mine, and I, for one, have decided to accompany Roran. It seems like a fine adventure. A faint smile touched Aragon's lips as he recalled the scene. The combined weight of Saphira's declaration and her impregnable logic had convinced Nasuda and Arya to grant their approval, albeit grudgingly. Afterward, Nasuda had said, We are trusting your judgment in this, Aragon, Saphira. For your sake and ours, I hope this expedition goes well. Her tone left Aragon uncertain whether her words represented a heartfelt wish or a subtle threat. Aragon had spent the rest of that day gathering supplies, studying maps of the Empire with Saphira, and casting what spells he felt were necessary, such as one to thwart attempts by Galbatorix or his minions to scry Roran. The following morning, Aragon and Roran had climbed onto Saphira's back, and she had taken flight, rising above the orange clouds that stifled the burning plains and angling northeast. She flew non-stop until the sun had traversed the dome of the sky and extinguished itself behind the horizon and then burst forth again with a glorious conflagration of reds and yellows. The first leg of their journey carried them toward the edge of the Empire, which few people inhabited. There they turned west toward Dros Leona and Helgrind. From then on, they traveled at night to avoid notice by anyone in the many small villages scattered across the grasslands that lay between them and their destination. Aragon and Roran had to swathe themselves in cloaks and furs and wool mittens and felted hats, for Saphira chose to fly higher than the icebound peaks of most mountains, where the air was thin and dry and stabbed at their lungs, so that if a farmer tending a sick calf in the field or a sharp-eyed watchman making his rounds should happen to look up as she passed overhead, Saphira would appear no larger than an eagle. Everywhere they went, Aragon saw evidence of the war that was now afoot. Camps of soldiers, wagons full of supplies gathered into a bunch for the night, and lines of men with iron collars being led from their homes to fight on Galbatorix's behalf. The amount of resources deployed against them was daunting indeed. Near the end of the second night, Helgrind had appeared in the distance, a mass of splintered columns, vague and ominous in the ashen light that precedes dawn. Saphira had landed in the hollow where they were now, and they had slept through most of the past day before beginning their reconnaissance. A fountain of amber motes billowed and swirled as Roran tossed a branch onto the disintegrating coals. He caught Aragon's look and shrugged. Cold, he said. Before Aragon could respond, he heard a slithering scraping sound akin to someone drawing a sword. He did not think. He flung himself in the opposite direction, rolled once, and came up into a crouch, lifting the hawthorn staff to deflect an oncoming blow. Roran was nearly as fast. He grabbed his shield from the ground, scrambled back from the log he had been sitting on, and drew his hammer from his belt, all in the span of a few seconds. They froze, waiting for the attack. Aragon's heart pounded and his muscles trembled as he searched the darkness for the slightest hint of motion. I smell nothing, said Saphira. When several minutes elapsed without incident, Aragon pushed his mind out over the surrounding landscape. No one, he said. Reaching deep within himself to the place where he could touch the flow of magic, he uttered the words, Rising Rotter. A pale red whirlight popped into existence several feet in front of him and remained there, floating at eye level and painting the hollow with a watery radiance. He moved slightly, and the whirlight mimicked his motion, as if connected to him by an invisible pole. Together, he and Roran advanced toward where they'd heard the sound, down the gulch that wound eastward. They held their weapons high and paused between each step, ready to defend themselves at any moment. About 10 yards from their camp, Roran held up a hand, stopping Aragon, then pointed at a plate of shale that lay on top of the grass. It appeared conspicuously out of place. Kneeling, Roran rubbed a smaller fragment of shale across the plate and created the same steely scrape they had heard before. It must have fallen, said Aragon, examining the sides of the gulch. He allowed the whirlight to fade into oblivion. Roran nodded and stood, brushing dirt from his pants. As he walked back to Saphira, Aragon considered the speed with which they had reacted. His heart still contracted into a hard, painful knot with each beat, his hands shook, and he felt like dashing into the wilderness and running several miles without stopping. We wouldn't have jumped like that before, he thought. The reason for their vigilance was no mystery. Every one of their fights had chipped away at their complacency, leaving behind nothing but raw nerves that twitched at the slightest touch. Roran must have been entertaining similar thoughts, for he said, Do you see them? Who? The men you've killed. Do you see them in your dreams? Sometimes. The pulsing glow from the coals lit Roran's face from below, forming thick shadows above his mouth and across his forehead and giving his heavy, half-lidded eyes a baleful aspect. He spoke slowly, as if he found the words difficult. I never wanted to be a warrior. I dreamed of blood and glory when I was younger, as every boy does, but the land was what was important to me. That and our family, and now I have killed. I have killed, and you have killed even more. His gaze focused on some distant place only he could see. There were these two men in Narda. Did I tell you this before? He had, but Aragon shook his head and remained silent. They were guards at the main gate. Two of them, you know, and the man on the right, he had pure white hair. I remember because he couldn't have been more than 24, 25. They wore Galbatorix's sigil but spoke as if they were from Narda. They weren't professional soldiers. They were probably just men who had decided to help protect their homes from Urgals, pirates, brigands. We weren't going to lift a finger against them. I swear to you, Aragon, that was never part of our plan. I had no choice, though. They recognized me. I stabbed the white-haired man underneath his chin. It was like when father cut the throat of a pig. And then the other, I smashed open his skull. I can still feel his bones giving way. I remember every blow I've landed, from the soldiers in Carvajal to the ones on the burning plains. You know, when I close my eyes, sometimes I can't sleep because the light from the fire we set in the docks of Term is so bright in my mind. I think I'm going mad then. Aragon found his hands gripping the staff with such force, his knuckles were white and tendons ridged the insides of his wrists. He said. At first it was just Urgals, then it was men and Urgals, and now this last battle. I know what we do is right, but right doesn't mean easy. Because of who we are, the Varden expect Saphira and me to stand at the front of their army and to slaughter entire battalions of soldiers. We do. We have. His voice caught, and he fell silent. Turmoil accompanies every great change, said Saphira to both of them. And we have experienced more than our share, for we are agents of that very change. I am a dragon, and I do not regret the deaths of those who endanger us. Killing the guards in Narda may not be a deed worthy of celebration, but neither is it one to feel guilty about. You had to do it. When you must fight, Roran, does not the fierce joy of combat lend wings to your feet? Do you not know the pleasure of pitting yourself against a worthy opponent and the satisfaction of seeing the bodies of your enemies piled before you? Aragon, you have experienced this. Help me explain it to your cousin. Aragon stared at the coals. She had stated a truth that he was reluctant to acknowledge, lest by agreeing that one could enjoy violence, he would become a man he would despise. So he was mute. Across from him, Roran appeared similarly affected. In a softer voice, Saphira said, Do not be angry. I did not intend to upset you. I forget sometimes that you are still unaccustomed to these emotions, while I have fought tooth and nail for survival since the day I hatched. Rising to his feet, Aragon walked to their saddlebags and retrieved the small earthenware jar Auric had given him before they parted, then poured 2 large mouthfuls of raspberry meat down his gullet. Warmth bloomed in his stomach. Grimacing, Aragon passed the jar to Roran, who also partook of the concoction. Several drinks later, when the mead had succeeded in tempering his black mood, Aragon said, "We may have a problem tomorrow." "What do you mean?" Aragon directed his words toward Saphira as well. "Remember how I said that we, Saphira and I, could easily handle the Rizak?" "Aye. And so we can," said Saphira. "Well, I was thinking about it while we spied on Helgrind, and I'm not so sure anymore. There are almost an infinite number of ways to do something with magic. For example, if I want to light a fire, I could light it with heat gathered from the air or the ground. I could create a flame out of pure energy. I could summon a bolt of lightning. I could concentrate a raft of sunbeams into a single point. I could use friction, and so forth. So, the problem is, even though I can devise There are almost an infinite number of ways to do something with magic. For example, if I want to light a fire, I could light it with heat gathered from the air or the ground. I could create a flame out of pure energy. I could summon a bolt of lightning. I could concentrate a raft of sunbeams into a single point. I could use friction, and so forth. So, the problem is, even though I can devise numerous spells to perform this one action, blocking those spells might require but a single counterspell. If you prevent the action itself from taking place, then you don't have to tailor your counterspell to address the unique properties of each individual spell. I still don't understand what this has to do with tomorrow. I do, said Saphira to both of them. She had immediately grasped the implications. It means that, over the past century, Galbatorix may have placed wards around the Rizak. That will protect them against a whole range of spells. I probably won't be able to kill them with any of the words of death I was taught, nor any attacks that we can invent now or then. We may have to rely. Stop, exclaimed Roran. He gave a pained smile. Stop, please, my head hurts when you do that. Aragon paused with his mouth open. Until that moment, he had been unaware that he and Saphira were speaking in turn. The knowledge pleased him. It signified that they had achieved new heights of cooperation and were acting together as a single entity, which made them far more powerful than either would be on their own. It also troubled him when he contemplated how such a partnership must, by its very nature, reduce the individuality of those involved. He closed his mouth and chuckled. Sorry. What I'm worried about is this. If Galbatorix has had the foresight to take certain precautions, then force of arms may be the only means by which we can slay the Rizak. If that's true, I'll just be in your way tomorrow. Nonsense. You may be slower than the Rizak, but I have no doubt you'll give them cause to fear your weapon, Roran Stronghammer. The compliment seemed to please Roran. The greatest danger for you is that the Rizak or the Lether Blaka will manage to separate you from Saphira and me. The closer we stay together, the safer we'll all be. Saphira and I will try to keep the Rizak and Lether Blaka occupied, but some of them may slip past us. 4 against 2 are only good odds if you're among the 4. To Saphira, Aragon said, if I had a sword, I'm sure I could slay the Rizak by myself, but I don't know if I can beat 2 creatures who are quick as elves, using nothing but this staff. You were the one who insisted on carrying that dry twig instead of a proper weapon, she said. Remember, I told you it might not suffice against enemies as dangerous as the Rizak. Aragon reluctantly conceded the point. If my spells fail us, we will be far more vulnerable than I expected. Tomorrow could end very badly indeed. Continuing the strand of conversation he had been privy to, Roran said, this magic is a tricky business. The log he sat on gave a drawn-out groan as he rested his elbows on his knees. It is, Aragon agreed. The hardest part is trying to anticipate every possible spell. I spend most of my time asking how can I protect myself if I'm attacked like this, and would another magician expect me to do that? Can you make me as strong and fast as you are? Aragon considered the suggestion for several minutes before saying, I don't see how. The energy needed to do that would have to come from somewhere. Saphira and I could give it to you, but then we would lose as much speed or strength as you gained. What he did not mention was that one could also extract energy from nearby plants and animals, albeit at a terrible price, namely, the deaths of the smaller beings whose life force you drew upon. The technique was a great secret, and Aragon felt that he should not reveal it lightly, if at all. Moreover, it would be of no use to Roran, as too little grew or lived on Helgrin to fuel a man's body. Then can you teach me to use magic? When Aragon hesitated, Roran added, not now, of course. We don't have the time, and I don't expect one can become a magician overnight anyway. But in general, why not? You and I are cousins. We share much the same blood. And it would be a valuable skill to have. I don't know how someone who's not a writer learns to use magic, confessed Aragon. It's not something I studied. Glancing around, he plucked a flat, round stone from the ground and tossed it to Roran, who caught it backhand. Here, try this. Concentrate on lifting the rock a foot or so into the air and say, Stener Riza. Quote. Stener Riza. Exactly. Roran frowned at the stone resting on his palm in a pose so reminiscent of Aragon's own training that Aragon could not help feeling a flash of nostalgia for the days he spent being drilled by Brahm. Roran's eyebrows met, his lips tightened into a snarl, and he growled, Stener Riza. With enough intensity, Aragon half expected the stone to fly out of sight. Nothing happened. Scowling even harder, Roran repeated his command, Stener Riza. The stone exhibited a profound lack of movement. Well, said Aragon, keep trying. That's the only advice I can give you. But, and here he raised a finger, if you should happen to succeed, make sure you immediately come to me, or, if I'm not around, another magician. You could kill yourself and others if you start experimenting with magic without understanding the rules. If nothing else, remember this, if you cast a spell that requires too much energy, you will die. Don't take on projects that are beyond your abilities, don't try to bring back the dead, and don't try to unmake anything. Roran nodded, still looking at the stone. Magic aside, I just realized there's something far more important that you need to learn. Oh. Yes, you need to be able to hide your thoughts from the Black Hand, Duvrangar Gata, and others like them. You know a lot of things now that could harm the Varden. It's crucial, then, that you master this skill as soon as we return. Until you can defend yourself from spies, neither Nasuda nor I nor anyone else can trust you with information that might help our enemies. I understand. But why did you include Duvrangar Gata in that list? They serve you in Nasuda. They do, but even among our allies there are more than a few people who would give their right arm. He grimaced at the appropriateness of the phrase, to ferret out our plans and secrets. And yours too, no less. You have become a somebody, Roran. Partly because of your deeds, and partly because we are related. I know. It is strange to be recognized by those you have not met. That it is. Several other, related observations leapt to the tip of Aragon's tongue, but he resisted the urge to pursue the topic. It was a subject to explore another time. Now that you know what it feels like when one mind touches another, you might be able to learn to reach out and touch other minds in turn. I'm not sure that is an ability I want to have. No matter, you also might not be able to do it. Either way, before you spend time finding out, you should first devote yourself to the art of defense. His cousin cocked an eyebrow. How? Choose something, a sound, an image, an emotion, anything, and let it swell within your mind until it blots out any other thoughts. That's all. It's not as easy as you think. Go on, take a stab at it. When you're ready, let me know, and I'll see how well you've done. Several moments passed. Then, at a flick of Roran's fingers, Aragon launched his consciousness toward his cousin, eager to discover what he had accomplished. The full strength of Aragon's mental ray rammed into a wall composed of Roran's memories of Katrina and was stopped. He could take no ground, find no entrance or purchase, nor undermine the impenetrable barrier that stood before him. At that instant, Roran's entire identity was based upon his feelings for Katrina. His defenses exceeded any Aragon had previously encountered, for Roran's mind was devoid of anything else Aragon could grasp hold of and use to gain control over his cousin. Then Roran shifted his left leg and the wood underneath released a harsh squeal. With that, the wall Aragon had hurled himself against fractured into dozens of pieces as a host of competing thoughts distracted Roran. What was, blast? Don't pay attention to it, he'll break through. Katrina, remember Katrina. Ignore Aragon. The night she agreed to marry me, the smell of the grass in her hair, is that him? No. Focus. Don't. Taking advantage of Roran's confusion, Aragon rushed forward and, by the force of his will, immobilized Roran before he could shield himself again. You understand the basic concept, said Aragon, then withdrew from Roran's mind and said out loud, but you have to learn to maintain your concentration even when you're in the middle of a battle. You must learn to think without thinking, to empty yourself of all hopes and worries, save that one idea that is your armor. Something the elves taught me, which I have found helpful, is to recite a riddle or a piece of a poem or song. Having an action that you can repeat over and over again makes it much easier to keep your mind from straying. I'll work on it, promised Roran. In a quiet voice, Aragon said, You really love her, don't you? It was more a statement of truth and wonder than a question, the answer being self-evident, and one he felt uncertain making. Romance was not a topic Aragon had broached with his cousin before, notwithstanding the many hours they had devoted in years past to debating the relative merits of the young women in and around Carvajal. How did it happen? I liked her. She liked me. What importance are the details? Come now, said Aragon. I was too angry to ask before you left for Thurinsford, and we have not seen each other again until just 4 days ago. I'm curious. The skin around Roran's eyes pulled and wrinkled as he rubbed his temples. There's not much to tell. I've always been partial to her. It meant little before I was a man, but after my rites of passage, I began to wonder whom I would marry and whom I wanted to become the mother of my children. During one of our visits to Carvajal, I saw Katrina stop by the side of Loring's house to pick a moss rose growing in the shade of the eaves. She smiled as she looked at the flower. It was such a tender smile, and so happy. I decided right then that I wanted to make her smile like that again and that I wanted to look at that smile until the day I died. Tears gleamed in Roran's eyes, but they did not fall, and a second later, he blinked and they vanished. I fear I have failed in that regard. After a respectful pause, Aragon said, You courted her, then. Aside from using me to ferry compliments to Katrina, how else did you proceed? You ask like one who seeks instruction. I did not. You're imagining. Come now, yourself, said Roran. I know when you're lying. You get that big foolish grin, and your ears turn red. The elves may have given you a new face, but that part of you hasn't changed. What is it that exists between you and Arya? The strength of Roran's perception disturbed Aragon. Nothing. The moon has addled your brain. Be honest. You dote upon her words as if each one were a diamond, and your gaze lingers upon her as if you were starving and she a grand feast arrayed an inch beyond your reach. A plume of dark gray smoke erupted from Saphira's nostrils as she made a choking-like noise. Aragon ignored her suppressed merriment and said, Arya is an elf. And very beautiful. Pointed ears and slanted eyes are small flaws when compared with her charms. You look like a cat yourself now. Arya is over 100 years old. That particular piece of information caught Roran by surprise. His eyebrows went up, and he said, I find that hard to believe. She's in the prime of her youth. It's true. Well, be that as it may, these are reasons you give me, Aragon, and the heart rarely listens to reason. Do you fancy her or not? If he fancied her any more, Saphira said to both Aragon and Roran, I'd be trying to kiss Arya myself. Saphira, mortified, Aragon swatted her on the leg. Roran was prudent enough not to rib Aragon further. Then answer my original question and tell me how things stand between you and Arya. Have you spoken to her or her family about this? I have found it's unwise to let such matters fester. I, said Aragon, and stared at the length of polished hawthorn. I spoke with her. To what end? When Aragon did not immediately reply, Roran uttered a frustrated exclamation. Getting answers out of you is harder than dragging Burka through the mud. Aragon chuckled at the mention of Burka, one of their draft horses. Saphira, will you solve this puzzle for me? Otherwise, I fear I'll never get a full explanation. To no end. No end at all. She'll not have me. Aragon spoke dispassionately, as if commenting on a stranger's misfortune, but within him raged a torrent of hurt so deep and wild, he felt Saphira withdraw somewhat from him. I'm sorry, said Roran. Aragon forced a swallow past the lump in his throat, past the bruise that was his heart, and down to the knotted skein of his stomach. It happens. I know it may seem unlikely at the moment, said Roran, but I'm sure you will meet another woman who will make you forget this aria. There are countless maids, and more than a few married women, I'd wager, who would be delighted to catch the eye of a rider. You'll have no trouble finding a wife among all the lovelies in Algesia. And what would you have done if Katrina rejected your suit? The question struck Roran dumb. It was obvious he could not imagine how he might have reacted. Aragon continued. Contrary to what you, Arya, and everyone else seem to believe, I am aware that other eligible women exist in Algesia and that people have been known to fall in love more than once. No doubt, if I spend my days in the company of ladies from King Oren's court, I might indeed decide that I fancy one. However, my path is not so easy as that. Regardless of whether I can shift my affections to another, and the heart, as you observed, is a notoriously fickle beast, the question remains, should I? Your tongue has grown as twisted as the roots of a fir tree, said Roran. Speak not in riddles. Very well. What human woman can begin to understand who and what I am, or the extent of my powers? Who could share in my life? Few enough, and all of them magicians. And of that select group, or even of women in general, how many are immortal? Roran laughed, a rough, hearty bellow that rang loud in the gulch. You might as well ask for the sun in your pocket, or, he stopped and tensed as if he were about to spring forward and then became unnaturally still. You cannot be. I am. Roran struggled to find words. Is it a result of your change in Elsmera, or is it part of being a rider? Part of being a rider. That explains why Galbatorix hasn't died. The branch Roran had added to the fire burst asunder with a muted pop as the coals underneath heated the gnarled length of wood to the point where a small cache of water or sap that had somehow evaded the rays of the sun for untold decades exploded into steam. The idea is so vast, it's almost inconceivable, said Roran. Death is part of who we are. It guides us. It shapes us. It drives us to madness. Can you still be human if you have no mortal end? I'm not invincible, Aragon pointed out. I can still be killed with a sword or an arrow. And I can still catch some incurable disease. But if you avoid those dangers, you will live forever. If I do, then yes. Saphira and I will endure. It seems both a blessing and a curse. I cannot in good conscience marry a woman who will age and die while I remain untouched by time. Such an experience would be equally cruel for both of us. On top of that, I find the thought of taking one wife after another throughout the long centuries rather depressing. Can you make someone immortal with magic? Asked Roran. You can darken white hair, you can smooth wrinkles and remove cataracts, and if you are willing to go to extraordinary lengths, you can give a 60-year-old man the body he had at 19. However, the elves have never discovered a way to restore a person's mind without destroying his or her memories. And who wants to erase their identity every so many decades in exchange for immortality? It would be a stranger, then, who lived on. An old brain in a young body isn't the answer either, for even with the best of health, that which we humans are made of can only last for a century, perhaps a bit more. Nor can you just stop someone from aging. That causes a whole host of other problems. Oh, elves and men have tried 1,001 different ways to foil death, but none have proved successful. In other words, said Roran, it's safer for you to love Arya than to leave your heart free for the taking by a human woman. Who else can I marry but an elf? Especially considering how I look now. Aragon quelled the desire to reach up and finger the curved tips of his ears, a habit he had fallen into. When I lived in Elsmera, it was easy for me to accept how the dragons had changed my appearance. After all, they gave me many gifts besides. Also, the elves were friendlier toward me after the Agati Blodrin. It was only when I rejoined the Varden that I realized how different I've become. It bothers me too. I'm no longer just human, and I'm not quite an elf. I'm something else in between, a mix, a half-breed. Cheer up, said Roran. You may not have to worry about living forever. Galbatorix, Murtaugh, the Razak, or even one of the Empire's soldiers could put steel through us at any moment. A wise man would ignore the future and drink and carouse while he still has an opportunity to enjoy this world. I know what Father would say to that. And he'd give us a good hiding to boot. They shared a laugh, and then the silence that so often intruded on their discussion asserted itself once again, a gap born of equal parts weariness, familiarity, and, conversely, the many differences that fate had created between those who had once gone about lives that were but variations on a single melody. "You should sleep," said Saphira to Aragon and Roran. "It's late, and we must rise early tomorrow." Aragon looked at the black vault of the sky, judging the hour by how far the stars had rotated. The night was older than he expected. "Sound advice," he said. "I just wish we had a few more days to rest before we storm Helgrin. The battle on the burning plains drained all of Saphira's strength and my own, and we have not fully recovered, what with flying here and the energy I transferred into the belt of Belloth the Wise these past 2 evenings. My limbs still ache, and I have more bruises than I can count. Look." Loosening the ties on the cuff of his left shirt sleeve, he pushed back the soft lamare, a fabric the elves made by cross-weaving wool and nettle threads, revealing a rancid yellow streak where his shield had mashed against his forearm. "Ha," said Roran. "You call the tiny little mark a bruise? I hurt myself worse when I bumped my toe this morning. Here, I'll show you a bruise a man can be proud of." He unlaced his left boot, pulled it off, and rolled up the leg of his trousers to expose a black stripe as wide as Aragon's thumb that slanted across his quadriceps. "I caught the haft of a spear as a soldier was turning about." "Impressive, but I have even better." Ducking out of his tunic, Aragon yanked his shirt free of his trousers and twisted to the side so that Roran could see the large blotch on his ribs and the similar discoloration on his belly. "Arrows," he explained. Then he uncovered his right forearm, revealing a bruise that matched the one on his other arm, given when he had deflected a sword with his bracer. Now Roran bared a collection of irregular blue-green spots, each the size of a gold coin, that marched from his left armpit down to the base of his spine, the result of having fallen upon a jumble of rocks and embossed armor. Aragon inspected the lesions, then chuckled and said, "Pshaw, those are pinpricks. Did you get lost and run into a rosebush? I have one that puts those to shame." He removed both his boots, then stood and dropped his trousers, so that his only garb was his shirt and woolen underpants. "Top that if you can," he said, and pointed to the inside of his thighs. A riotous combination of colors mottled his skin, as if Aragon were an exotic fruit that was ripening in uneven patches from crabapple green to putrefied purple. "Ouch," said Roran. "What happened?" "I jumped off Saphira when we were fighting Murtaugh and Thorn in the air. That's how I wounded Thorn. Saphira managed to dive under me and catch me before I hit the ground, but I landed on her back a bit harder than I wanted to." Roran winced and shivered at the same time. "Does it go all the way?" He trailed off, and made a vague gesture upward. "Unfortunately. I have to admit, that's a remarkable bruise. You should be proud. It's quite a feat to get injured in the manner you did and in that particular place. I'm glad you appreciate it." "Well," said Roran, "you may have the biggest bruise, but the Rizak dealt me a wound the likes of which you cannot match, since the dragons, as I understand, removed the scar from your back." While he spoke, he divested himself of his shirt and moved farther into the pulsing light of the coals. Aragon's eyes widened before he caught himself and concealed his shock behind a more neutral expression. He berated himself for overreacting, thinking, it can't be that bad, but the longer he studied Roran, the more dismayed he became. A long, puckered scar, red and glossy, wrapped around Roran's right shoulder, starting at his collarbone and ending just past the middle of his arm. It was obvious that the Rizak had severed part of the muscle and that the two ends had failed to heal back together, for an unsightly bulge deformed the skin below the scar, where the underlying fibers had recoiled upon themselves. Farther up, the skin had sunk inward, forming a depression half an inch deep. "Roran, you should have shown this to me days ago. I had no idea the Rizak hurt you so badly. Do you have any difficulty moving your arm?" "Not to the side or back," said Roran. He demonstrated, "but in the front, I can only lift my hand about as high as mid-chest." Grimacing, he lowered his arm. "Even that's a struggle. I have to keep my thumb level, or else my arm goes dead. The best way I've found is to swing my arm around from behind and let it land on whatever I'm trying to grasp. I skinned my knuckles a few times before I mastered the trick." Aragon twisted the staff between his hands. "Should I?" he asked Saphira. "I think you must. We may regret it tomorrow. You will have more cause for regret if Roran dies because he could not wield his hammer when the occasion demanded. If you draw upon the resources around us, you can avoid tiring yourself further. You know I hate doing that. Even talking about it sickens me." Our lives are more important than an ant's, Saphira countered. Not to an ant. And are you an ant? Don't be glib, Aragon, it ill becomes you. With a sigh, Aragon put down the staff and beckoned to Roran. Here, I'll heal that for you. You can do that. Obviously. A momentary surge of excitement brightened Roran's face, but then he hesitated and looked troubled. Now, is that wise? As Saphira said, better I tend to you while I have the chance, lest your injury cost you your life or endanger the rest of us. Roran drew near, and Aragon placed his right hand over the red scar while, at the same time, expanding his consciousness to encompass the trees and the plants and the animals that populated the gulch, save those he feared were too weak to survive his spell. Then Aragon began to chant in the ancient language. The incantation he recited was long and complex. Repairing such a wound went far beyond growing new skin and was a difficult matter at best. In this, Aragon relied upon the curative formulas that he had studied in Elsmera and had devoted so many weeks to memorizing. The silvery mark on Aragon's palm, the Gedwe Ignatia, glowed white-hot as he released the magic. A second later, he uttered an involuntary groan as he died 3 times, once each with 2 small birds roosting in a nearby juniper and also with a snake hidden among the rocks. Across from him, Roran threw back his head and bared his teeth in a soundless howl as his shoulder muscle jumped and writhed beneath the surface of his shifting skin. Then it was over. Aragon inhaled a shuddering breath and rested his head in his hands, taking advantage of the concealment they provided to wipe away his tears before he examined the results of his labor. He saw Roran shrug several times and then stretch and windmill his arms. Roran's shoulder was large and round, the result of years spent digging holes for fence posts, hauling rocks, and pitching hay. Despite himself, a needle of envy pricked Aragon. He might be stronger, but he had never been as muscular as his cousin. Roran grinned. It's as good as ever. Better, maybe. Thank you. You're welcome. It was the strangest thing. I actually felt as if I was going to crawl out of my hide. And it itched something terrible, I could barely keep from ripping. Get me some bread from your saddlebag, would you? I'm hungry. We just had dinner. I need a bite to eat after using magic like that. Aragon sniffed and then pulled out his kerchief and wiped his nose. He sniffed again. What he had said was not quite true. It was the toll his spell had exacted on the wildlife that disturbed him, not the magic itself, and he feared he might throw up unless he had something to settle his stomach. You're not ill, are you? Asked Roran. No. With the memory of the deaths he had caused still heavy in his mind, Aragon reached for the jar of mead by his side, hoping to fend off a tide of morbid thoughts. Something very large, heavy, and sharp struck his hand and pinned it against the ground. He winced and looked over to see the tip of one of Saphira's ivory claws digging into his flesh. Her thick eyelid went snick as it flashed across the great big glittering iris she fixed upon him. After a long moment, she lifted the claw, as a person would a finger, and Aragon withdrew his hand. He gulped and gripped the hawthorn staff once more, striving to ignore the mead and to concentrate upon what was immediate and tangible, instead of wallowing in dismal introspection. Roran removed a ragged half of sourdough bread from his bags, then paused and, with a hint of a smile, said, "Wouldn't you rather have some venison?" "I didn't finish all of mine." He held out the makeshift spit of seared juniper wood, on which were impaled 3 clumps of golden brown meat. To Aragon's sensitive nose, the odor that wafted toward him was thick and pungent and reminded him of nights he had spent in the spine and of long winter dinners where he, Roran, and Garrow had gathered around their stove and enjoyed each other's company while a blizzard howled outside. His mouth watered. "It's still warm," said Roran, and waved the venison in front of Aragon. With an effort of will, Aragon shook his head. "Just give me the bread." "Are you sure? It's perfect. Not too tough, not too tender, and cooked with the perfect amount of seasoning. It's so juicy, when you take a bite, it's as if you swallowed a mouthful of Elaine's best stew." "No, I can't. You know you'll like it." "Roran, stop teasing me and hand over that bread." "Ah, now see, you look better already. Maybe what you need isn't bread but someone to get your hackles up, Aragon glowered at him, then, faster than the eye could see, snatched the bread away from Roran. That seemed to amuse Roran even more. As Aragon tore at the loaf, he said, "I don't know how you can survive on nothing but fruit, bread, and vegetables. A man has to eat meat if he wants to keep his strength up. Don't you miss it? More than you can imagine. Then why do you insist on torturing yourself like this? Every creature in this world has to eat other living beings, even if they are only plants, in order to survive. That is how we are made. Why attempt to defy the natural order of things? I said much the same in Elsmera, observed Saphira, but he did not listen to me. Aragon shrugged. We already had this discussion. You do what you want. I won't tell you or anyone else how to live. However, I cannot in good conscience eat a beast whose thoughts and feelings have shared. The tip of Saphira's tail twitched, and her scales clinked against a worn dome of rock that protruded from the ground. Oh, he's hopeless. Lifting and extending her neck, Saphira nipped the venison, spit and all, from Roran's other hand. The wood cracked between her serrated teeth as she bit down, and then it and the meat vanished into the fiery depths of her belly. You did not exaggerate, she said to Roran. What a sweet and succulent morsel. So soft, so salty, so deliciously delectable, it makes me want to wiggle with delight. You should cook for me more often, Roran Stronghammer. Only next time, I think you should prepare several deer at once. Otherwise, I won't get a proper meal. Roran hesitated, as if unable to decide whether her request was serious and, if so, how he could politely extricate himself from such an unlooked-for and rather onerous obligation. He cast a pleading glance at Aragon, who burst out laughing, both at Roran's expression and at his predicament. The rise and fall of Saphira's sonorous laugh joined with Aragon's and reverberated throughout the hollow. Her teeth gleamed madder red in the light from the embers. An hour after the three of them had retired, Aragon was lying on his back alongside Saphira, muffled in layers of blankets against the night cold. All was still and quiet. It seemed as if a magician had placed an enchantment upon the earth and that everything in the world was bound in an eternal sleep and would remain frozen and unchanging forevermore underneath the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars. Without moving, Aragon whispered in his mind, Saphira. Yes, little one. What if I'm right and he's in Helgrund? I don't know what I should do then. Tell me what I should do. I cannot, little one. This is a decision you have to make by yourself. The ways of men are not the ways of dragons. I would tear off his head and feast on his body, but that would be wrong for you, I think. Will you stand by me, whatever I decide? Always, little one. Now rest. All will be well. Comforted, Aragon gazed into the void between the stars and slowed his breathing as he drifted into the trance that had replaced sleep for him. He remained conscious of his surroundings, but against the backdrop of the white constellations, the figures of his waking dreams strode forth and performed confused and shadowy plays, as was their wont. Assault on Helgrund. Daybreak was 15 minutes away when Aragon rolled upright. He snapped his fingers twice to wake Roran and then scooped up his blankets and knotted them into a tight bundle. Pushing himself off the ground, Roran did likewise with his own bedding. They looked at each other and shivered with excitement. If I die, said Roran, you will see to Katrina. I shall. Tell her then that I went into battle with joy in my heart and her name upon my lips. I shall. Aragon muttered a quick line in the ancient language. The drop in his strength that followed was almost imperceptible. There. That will filter the air in front of us and protect us from the paralyzing effects of the Rizak's breath. From his bags, Aragon removed his shirt of mail and unwrapped the length of sackcloth he had stored it in. Blood from the fight on the burning plains still encrusted the once shining corselet, and the combination of dried gore, sweat, and neglect had allowed blotches of rust to creep across the rings. The mail was, however, free of tears, as Aragon had repaired them before they had departed for the Empire. Aragon donned the leather-backed shirt, wrinkling his nose at the stench of death and desperation that clung to it, then attached chased bracers to his forearms and greaves to his shins. Upon his head he placed a padded arming cap, a mail coif, and a plain steel helm. He had lost his own helm, the one he had worn in Farth and Duer and that the dwarves had engraved with the crest of Vergrim's Stingidum, along with his shield during the aerial duel between Saphira and Thorn. On his hands went mailed gauntlets. Roran outfitted himself in a similar manner, although he augmented his armor with a wooden shield. A band of soft iron wrapped around the lip of the shield, the better to catch and hold an enemy's sword. No shield encumbered Aragon's left arm. The hawthorn staff required 2 hands to wield properly. Across his back, Aragon slung the quiver given to him by Queen Islandzadi. In addition to 20 heavy oak arrows fletched with grey goose feathers, the quiver contained the bow with silver fittings that the queen had sung out of a yew tree for him. The bow was already strung and ready for use. Saphira kneaded the soil beneath her feet. Let us be off. Leaving their bags and supplies hanging from the branch of a juniper tree, Aragon and Roran clambered onto Saphira's back. They wasted no time saddling her. She had worn her tack through the night. The molded leather was warm, almost hot, underneath Aragon. He clutched the neck spike in front of him, to steady himself during sudden changes in direction, while Roran hooked one thick arm around Aragon's waist and brandished his hammer with the other. A piece of shale cracked under Saphira's weight as she settled into a low crouch and, in a single giddy bound, leapt up to the rim of the gulch, where she balanced for a moment before unfolding her massive wings. The thin membranes thrummed as Saphira raised them toward the sky. Vertical, they looked like two translucent blue sails. Not so tight, grunted Aragon. Sorry, said Roran. He loosened his embrace. Further speech became impossible as Saphira jumped again. When she reached the pinnacle, she brought her wings down with a mighty whoosh, driving the three of them even higher. With each subsequent flap, they climbed closer to the flat, narrow clouds. As Saphira angled toward Helgrind, Aragon glanced to his left and discovered that he could see a broad swath of Leona Lake some miles distant. A thick layer of mist, gray and ghostly in the pre-dawn glow, emanated from the water, as if witchfire burned upon the surface of the liquid. Aragon tried, but even with his hawk-like vision, he could not make out the far shore, nor the southern reaches of the spine beyond, which he regretted. It had been too long since he had laid eyes upon the mountain range of his childhood. To the north stood Dros Leona, a huge, rambling mass that appeared as a blocky silhouette against the wall of mist that edged its western flank. The one building Aragon could identify was the cathedral where the Rizak had attacked him. Its flanged spire loomed above the rest of the city, like a barbed spearhead. And somewhere in the landscape that rushed past below, Aragon knew, were the remnants of the campsite where the Rizak had mortally wounded Brom. He allowed all of his anger and grief over the events of that day, as well as Garrow's murder and the destruction of their farm, to surge forth and give him the courage, nay, the desire, to face the Rizak in combat. Aragon, said Saphira, today we need not guard our minds and keep our thoughts secret from one another, do we? Not unless another magician should appear. A fan of golden light flared into existence as the top of the sun crested the horizon. In an instant, the full spectrum of colors enlivened the previously drab world. The mist glowed white, the water became a rich blue, the daubed mud wall that encircled the center of Dros Leona revealed its dingy yellow sides, the trees cloaked themselves in every shade of green, and the soil blushed red and orange. Helgrind, however, remained as it always was, black. The mountain of stone rapidly grew larger as they approached. Even from the air, it was intimidating. Diving toward the base of Helgrind, Saphira tilted so far to her left, Aragon and Roran would have fallen if they had not already strapped their legs to the saddle. Then she whipped around the apron of Spree and over the altar where the priests of Helgrind observed their ceremonies. The lip of Aragon's helm caught the wind from her passage and produced a howl that almost deafened him. Well, shouted Roran. He could not see in front of them. The slaves are gone. A great weight seemed to press Aragon into his seat as Saphira pulled out of her dive and spiraled up around Helgrind, searching for an entrance to the Rizak's hideout. Not even a hole big enough for a wood rat, she declared. She slowed and hung in place before a ridge that connected the third lowest of the four peaks to the prominence above. The jagged buttress magnified the boom produced by each stroke of her wings until it was as loud as a thunderclap. Aragon's eyes watered as the air pulsed against his skin. A web of white veins adorned the backside of the crags and pillars, where hoarfrost had collected in the cracks that furrowed the rock. Nothing else disturbed the gloom of Helgrind's inky, windswept ramparts. No trees grew among the slanting stones, nor shrubs, grass, or lichen, nor did eagles dare nest upon the tower's broken ledges. True to its name, Helgrind was a place of death, and stood cloaked in the razor-sharp, sawtooth folds of its scarps and clefts like a bony specter risen to haunt the earth. Casting his mind outward, Aragon confirmed the presence of the two people whom he had discovered imprisoned within Helgrind the previous day, but he felt nothing of the slaves, and to his concern, he still could not locate the Rizak or the Lether Blaka. If they aren't here, then where? He wondered. Searching again, he noticed something that had eluded him before. A single flower, a gentian, blooming not 50 feet in front of them, where, by all rights, there ought to be solid rock.
Very good indeed.
How does it get enough light to live?
Take this.
Saphira answered his question by perching on a crumbling spur several feet to the right. As she did, she lost her balance for a moment and flared her wings to steady herself. Instead of brushing against the bulk of Helgrind, the tip of her right wing dipped into the rock and then back out again. Saphira, did you see that? I did. Leaning forward, Saphira pushed the tip of her snout toward the sheer rock, paused an inch or two away, as if waiting for a trap to spring, then continued her advance. Scale by scale, Saphira's head slid into Helgrind, until all that was visible of her to Aragon was a neck, torso, and wings. "It's an illusion," exclaimed Saphira. With a surge of her mighty thews, she abandoned the spur and flung the rest of her body after her head. It required every bit of Aragon's self-control not to cover his face in a desperate bid to protect himself as the crag rushed toward him. An instant later, he found himself looking at a broad, vaulted cave suffused with the warm glow of morning. Saphira's scales refracted the light, casting thousands of shifting blue flecks across the rock. Twisting around, Aragon saw no wall behind them, only the mouth of the cave and a sweeping view of the landscape beyond. Aragon grimaced. It had never occurred to him that Galbatorix might have hidden the Razak's lair with magic. "Idiot, I have to do better," he thought. Underestimating the king was a sure way to get them all killed. Roran swore and said, "Warn me before you do something like that again." Hunching forward, Aragon began to unbuckle his legs from the saddle as he studied their surroundings, alert for danger. The opening to the cave was an irregular oval, perhaps 50 feet high and 60 feet wide. From there the chamber expanded to twice that size before ending a good bowshot away in a pile of thick stone slabs that leaned against each other in a confusion of uncertain angles. A mat of scratches defaced the floor, evidence of the many times the Lether Blaka had taken off from, landed on, and walked about its surface. Like mysterious keyholes, 5 low tunnels pierced the sides of the cave, as did a lancet passageway large enough to accommodate Saphira. Aragon examined the tunnels carefully, but they were pitch black and appeared vacant, a fact he confirmed with quick thrusts of his mind. Strange, disjointed murmurs echoed from within Helgrind's innards, suggesting unknown things scurrying about in the dark, and endlessly dripping water. Adding to the chorus of whispers was the steady rise and fall of Saphira's breathing, which was overloud in the confines of the bare chamber. The most distinctive feature of the cavern, however, was the mixture of odors that pervaded it. The smell of cold stone dominated, but underneath Aragon discerned whiffs of damp and mold and something far worse, the sickly sweet fedor of rotting meat. Undoing the last few straps, Aragon swung his right leg over Saphira's spine, so he was sitting side saddle, and prepared to jump off her back. Roran did the same on the opposite side. Before he released his hold, Aragon heard, amid the many rustlings that teased his ear, a score of simultaneous clicks, as if someone had struck the rock with a collection of hammers. The sound repeated itself a half-second later. He looked in the direction of the noise, as did Saphira. A huge, twisted shape hurtled out of the lancet passageway. Eyes black, bulging, rimless. A beak 7 feet long. Adding to the chorus of whispers was the steady rise and fall of Saphira's breathing, which was overloud in the confines of the bare chamber. The most distinctive feature of the cavern, however, was the mixture of odors that pervaded it. The smell of cold stone dominated, but underneath Aragon discerned whiffs of damp and mold and something far worse, the sickly sweet fedor of rotting meat. Undoing the last few straps, Aragon swung his right leg over Saphira's spine, so he was sitting side saddle, and prepared to jump off her back. Roran did the same on the opposite side. Before he released his hold, Aragon heard, amid the many rustlings that teased his ear, a score of simultaneous clicks, as if someone had struck the rock with a collection of hammers. The sound repeated itself a half-second later. He looked in the direction of the noise, as did Saphira. A huge, twisted shape hurtled out of the lancet passageway. Eyes black, bulging, rimless. A beak 7 feet long. Bat-like wings. The torso naked, hairless, rippling with muscle. Claws like iron spikes. Saphira lurched as she tried to evade the Lether Blocka, but to no avail. The creature crashed into her right side with what felt to Aragon like the strength and fury of an avalanche. What exactly happened next, he knew not, for the impact sent him tumbling through space without so much as a half-formed thought in his jumbled brain. His blind flight ended as abruptly as it began when something hard and flat rammed against the back of him, and he dropped to the floor, banging his head a second time. That last collision drove the remaining air clean out of Aragon's lungs. Stunned, he lay curled on his side, gasping and struggling to regain a semblance of control over his unresponsive limbs. "Aragon!" cried Saphira. The concern in her voice fueled Aragon's efforts as nothing else could. As life returned to his arms and legs, he reached out and grasped his staff from where it had fallen beside him. He planted the spike mounted on the staff's lower end into a nearby crack and pulled himself up the hawthorn rod and onto his feet. He swayed. A swarm of crimson sparks danced before him. The situation was so confusing, he hardly knew where to look first. Saphira and the Lether Blocka rolled across the cave, kicking and clawing and snapping at each other with enough force to gouge the rock beneath them. The clamor of their fight must have been unimaginably loud, but to Aragon they grappled in silence, his ears did not work. Still, he felt the vibrations through the soles of his feet as the colossal beasts thrashed from side to side, threatening to crush anyone who came near them. A torrent of blue fire erupted from between Saphira's jaws and bathed the left side of the Lethrobloka's head in a ravening inferno hot enough to melt steel. The flames curved around the Lether Blocka without harming it. Undeterred, the monster pecked at Saphira's neck, forcing her to stop and defend herself. Fast as an arrow loosed from a bow, the second Lether Blocka darted out of the lancet passageway, pounced upon Saphira's flank, and, opening its narrow beak, uttered a horrible, withering shriek that made Aragon's scalp prickle and a cold lump of dread form in his gut. He snarled in discomfort, that he could hear. The smell now, with both Lether Blocka present, resembled the sort of overpowering stench one would get from tossing a half-dozen pounds of rancid meat into a barrel of sewage and allowing the mixture to ferment for a week in summer. Aragon clamped his mouth shut as his gorge rose and turned his attention elsewhere to keep from retching. A few paces away, Roran lay crumpled against the side of the cave, where he too had landed. Even as Aragon watched, his cousin lifted an arm and pushed himself onto all fours and then to his feet. His eyes were glazed, and he tottered as if drunk. Behind Roran, the two Rizak emerged from a nearby tunnel. They wielded long, pale blades of an ancient design in their malformed hands. Unlike their parents, the Rizak were roughly the same size and shape as humans. An ebony exoskeleton encased them from top to bottom, although little of it showed, for even in Helgrind, the Rizak wore dark robes and cloaks. They advanced with startling swiftness, their movements sharp and jerky like those of an insect. And yet, Aragon still could not sense them or the Lether Blocka. Are they an illusion too? He wondered. But no, that was nonsense. The flesh Saphira tore it with her talons was real enough. Another explanation occurred to him. Perhaps it was impossible to detect their presence. Perhaps the Rizak could conceal themselves from the minds of humans, their prey, just as spiders conceal themselves from flies. If so, then Aragon finally understood why the Rizak had been so successful hunting magicians and riders for Galbatorix when they themselves could not use magic. Blast! Aragon would have indulged in more colorful oaths, but it was time for action, not cursing their bad luck. Brahm had claimed the Rizak were no match for him in broad daylight, and while that might have been true, given that Brahm had had decades to invent spells to use against the Rizak, Aragon knew that, without the advantage of surprise, he, Saphira, and Roran would be hard-pressed to escape with their lives, much less rescue Katrina. Raising his right hand above his head, Aragon cried, "Risinger!" and threw a roaring fireball toward the Rizak. They dodged, and the fireball splashed against the rock floor, guttered for a moment, and then winked out of existence. The spell was silly and childish and could cause no conceivable damage if Galbatorix had protected the Rizak like the Lether Blocka. Still, Aragon found the attack immensely satisfying. It also distracted the Rizak long enough for Aragon to dash over to Roran and press his back against his cousins. "Hold them off for a minute," he shouted, hoping Roran would hear. Whether he did or not, Roran grasped Aragon's meaning, for he covered himself with his shield and lifted his hammer in preparation to fight. The amount of force contained within each of the Lethrobloka's terrible blows had already depleted the wards against physical danger that Aragon had placed around Saphira. Without them, the Lether Blocka had inflicted several rows of scratches, long but shallow, along her thighs and had managed to stab her 3 times with their beaks. Those wounds were short but deep and caused her a great deal of pain. In return, Saphira had laid open the ribs of one Lethroblaca and had bitten off the last 3 feet of the other's tail. The Lethroblaca's blood, to Eragon's astonishment, was a metallic blue-green, not unlike the verdigris that forms on aged copper. At the moment, the Lethroblaca had withdrawn from Saphira and were circling her, lunging now and then in order to keep her at bay while they waited for her to tire or until they could kill her with a stab from one of their beaks. Saphira was better suited than the Lethroblaca to open combat by virtue of her scales, which were harder and tougher than the Lethroblaca's grey hide, and her teeth, which were far more lethal in close quarters than the Lethroblaca's beaks, but despite all that, she had difficulty fending off both creatures at once, especially since the ceiling prevented her from leaping and flying about and otherwise outmaneuvering her foes. Eragon feared that even if she prevailed, the Lethroblaca would maim her before she slew them. Taking a quick breath, Eragon cast a single spell that contained every one of the 12 techniques of killing that Oromas had taught him. He was careful to phrase the incantation as a series of processes, so that if Galbatorix's wards foiled him, he could sever the flow of magic. Otherwise, the spell might consume his strength until he died. It was well he took the precaution. Upon release of the spell, Eragon quickly became aware that the magic was having no effect upon the Lethroblaca, and he abandoned the assault. He had not expected to succeed with the traditional death words, but he had to try, on the slight chance Galbatorix might have been careless or ignorant when he had placed wards upon the Lethroblaca and their spawn. Behind him, Roran shouted, "Ya!" An instant later, a sword thudded against his shield, followed by the tinkle of rippling mail and the bell-like peal of a second sword bouncing off Roran's helm. Eragon realized that his hearing must be improving. The Rizak struck again and again, but each time their weapons glanced off Roran's armor or missed his face and limbs by a hair's breadth, no matter how fast they swung their blades. Roran was too slow to retaliate, but neither could the Rizak harm him. They hissed with frustration and spewed a continuous stream of invectives, which seemed all the more foul because of how the creatures' hard, clacking jaws mangled the language. Eragon smiled. The cocoon of charms he had spun around Roran had done its job. He hoped the invisible net of energy would hold until he could find a way to halt the Lethroblaca. Everything shivered and went grey around Eragon as the 2 Lethroblaca shrieked in unison. For a moment, his resolve deserted him, leaving him unable to move. Then he rallied and shook himself as a dog might, casting off their fell influence. The sound reminded him of nothing so much as a pair of children screaming in pain. Then Eragon began to chant as fast as he could without mispronouncing the ancient language. Each sentence he uttered, and they were legion, contained the potential to deliver instant death, and each death was unique among its fellows. As he recited his improvised soliloquy, Saphira received another cut upon her left flank. In return, she broke the wing of her assailant, slashing the thin flight membrane into ribbons with her claws. A number of heavy impacts transmitted themselves from Roran's back to Eragon's as the Rizak hacked and stabbed in a lightning-quick frenzy. The largest of the 2 Rizak began to edge around Roran, in order to attack Eragon directly. And then, amid the din of steel against steel, and steel against wood, and claws against stone, there came the scrape of a sword sliding through mail, followed by a wet crunch. Roran yelled, and Eragon felt blood splash across the calf of his right leg. Out of the corner of one eye, Eragon watched as a humpbacked figure leapt toward him, extending its leaf-bladed sword so as to impale him. The world seemed to contract around the thin, narrow point. The tip glittered like a shard of crystal, each scratch a thread of quicksilver in the bright light of dawn. He only had time for one more spell before he would have to devote himself to stopping the Rizak from inserting the sword between his liver and kidneys. In desperation, he gave up trying to directly harm the Lethroblaca and instead cried, "Garjsla, Leta." It was a crude spell, constructed in haste and poorly worded, yet it worked. The bulbous eyes of the Lethroblaca with the broken wing became a matched set of mirrors, each a perfect hemisphere, as Eragon's magic reflected the light that otherwise would have entered the Lethroblaca's pupils. Blind, the creature stumbled and flailed at the air in a vain attempt to hit Saphira. Eragon spun the hawthorn staff in his hands and knocked aside the Rizak's sword when it was less than an inch from his ribs. The Rizak landed in front of him and jutted out its neck. Eragon recoiled as a short, thick beak appeared from within the depths of its hood. The chitinous appendage snapped shut just short of his right eye. In a rather detached way, Eragon noticed that the Rizak's tongue was barbed and purple and writhed like a headless snake. Bringing his hands together at the center of the staff, Aragon drove his arms forward, striking the Rizak across its hollow chest and throwing the monster back several yards. It fell upon its hands and knees. Aragon pivoted around Roran, whose left side was slick with blood, and parried the sword of the other Rizak. He feinted, beat the Rizak's blade, and, when the Rizak stabbed at his throat, whirled the other half of the staff across his body and deflected the thrust. Without pausing, Aragon lunged forward and planted the wooden end of the staff in the Rizak's abdomen. If Aragon had been wielding Zarok, he would have killed the Rizak then and there. As it was, something cracked inside the Rizak, and the creature went rolling across the cave for a dozen or more paces. It immediately popped up again, leaving a smear of blue gore on the uneven rock. I need a sword, thought Aragon. He widened his stance as the two Rizak converged upon him. He had no choice but to hold his ground and face their combined onslaught, for he was all that stood between those hook-clawed carrion crows and Roran. He began to mouth the same spell that had proved itself against the Lether Blaka, but the Rizak executed high and low slashes before he could utter a syllable. The swords rebounded off the hawthorn with a dull bonk. They did not dent or otherwise mar the enchanted wood. Left, right, up, down. Aragon did not think. He acted and reacted as he exchanged a flurry of blows with the Rizak. The staff was ideal for fighting multiple opponents, as he could strike and block with both ends, and often simultaneously. That ability served him well now. He panted, each breath short and quick. Sweat dripped from his brow and gathered at the corners of his eyes, and a layer greased his back and the undersides of his arms. The red haze of battle dimmed his vision and throbbed in response to the convulsions of his heart. He never felt so alive, or afraid, as he did when fighting. Aragon's own wards were scant. Since he had lavished the bulk of his attention on Saphira and Roran, Aragon's magical defenses soon failed, and the smaller Rizak wounded him on the outside of his left knee. The injury was not life-threatening, but it was still serious, for his left leg would no longer support his full weight. Gripping the spike at the bottom, Aragon swung the staff like a club and bashed one Rizak upside the head. The Rizak collapsed, but whether it was dead or only unconscious, Aragon could not tell. Advancing upon the remaining Rizak, he battered the creature's arms and shoulders and, with a sudden twist, knocked the sword out of its hand. Before Aragon could finish off the Rizak, the blinded, broken-winged Lether Blaka flew the width of the cave and slammed against the far wall, knocking loose a shower of stone flakes from the ceiling. The sight and sound were so colossal, they caused Aragon, Roran, and the Rizak to flinch and turn, simply out of instinct. Jumping after the crippled Lether Blaka, which she had just kicked, Saphira sank her teeth into the back of the creature's sinewy neck. The Lether Blaka thrashed in one final effort to free itself, and then Saphira whipped her head from side to side and broke its spine. Rising from her bloody kill, Saphira filled the cave with a savage roar of victory. The remaining Lether Blaka did not hesitate. Tackling Saphira, it dug its claws underneath the edges of her scales and pulled her into an uncontrolled tumble. Together they rolled to the lip of the cave, teetered for a half-second, and then dropped out of sight, battling the whole way. It was a clever tactic, for it carried the Lether Blaka out of the range of Aragon's senses, and that which he could not sense, he had difficulty casting a spell against. Saphira, cried Aragon. Tend to yourself. This one won't escape me. With a start, Aragon whirled around just in time to see the two Rizak vanish into the depths of the nearest tunnel, the smaller supporting the larger. Closing his eyes, Aragon located the minds of the prisoners in Helgrind, muttered a burst of the ancient language, then said to Roran, I sealed off Katrina's cell so the Rizak can't use her as a hostage. Only you and I can open the door now. Good, said Roran through clenched teeth. Can you do something about this? He jerked his chin toward the spot he had clamped his right hand over. Blood welled between his fingers. Aragon probed the wound. As soon as he touched it, Roran flinched and recoiled. You're lucky, said Aragon. The sword hit a rib. Placing one hand on the injury and the other on the 12 diamonds concealed inside the belt of Balak the Wise strapped around his waist, Aragon drew upon the power he had stored within the gems. Ways Heil. A ripple traversed Roran's side as the magic knit his skin and muscle back together again. Then Aragon healed his own wound, the gash on his left knee. Finished, he straightened and glanced in the direction that Saphira had gone. His connection with her was fading as she chased the Lether Blaka toward Leona Lake. He yearned to help her but knew that, for the time being, she would have to fend for herself. Hurry, said Roran. They're getting away. Right. Hefting his staff, Aragon approached the unlit tunnel and flicked his gaze from one stone protrusion to another, expecting the Rizak to spring out from behind one of them. He moved slowly in order that his footsteps would not echo in the winding shaft. When he happened to touch a rock to steady himself, he found it coated in slime. After a score of yards, several folds and twists in the passageway hid the main cavern and plunged them into a gloom so profound, even Aragon found it impossible to see. "Maybe you're different, but I can't fight in the dark," whispered Roran. "If I make a light, the Rizak won't come near us, not when I now know a spell that works on them. They'll just hide until we leave. We have to kill them while we have the chance. What am I supposed to do? I'm more likely to run into a wall and break my nose than I am to find those two beetles. They could sneak around behind us and stab us in the back. Shish, hold on to my belt, follow me, and be ready to duck." Aragon could not see, but he could still hear, smell, touch, and taste, and those faculties were sensitive enough that he had a fair idea of what lay nearby. The greatest danger was that the Rizak would attack from a distance, perhaps with a bow, but he trusted that his reflexes were sharp enough to save Roran and himself from an oncoming missile. A current of air tickled Aragon's skin, then paused and reversed itself as pressure from the outside waxed and waned. The cycle repeated itself at inconsistent intervals, creating invisible eddies that brushed against him like fountains of roiling water. His breathing, and Roran's, was loud and ragged compared with the odd assortment of sounds that propagated through the tunnel. Above the gusts of their respiration, Aragon caught the tink, clink, clatter of a stone falling somewhere in the tangle of branching tubes and the steady doink, doink, doink of condensed droplets striking the drum-like surface of a subterranean pool. He also heard the grind of pea-sized gravel crushed underneath the soles of his boots. A long, eerie moan wavered somewhere far ahead of them. Of smells, none were new: sweat, blood, damp, and mold. Step by step, Aragon led the way as they burrowed farther into the bowels of Helgrund. The tunnel slanted downward and often split or turned, so that Aragon would have soon been lost if he had not been able to use Katrina's mind as a reference point. The various knobby holes were low and cramped. Once, when Aragon bumped his head against the ceiling, a sudden flare of claustrophobia unnerved him. "I'm back," Saphira announced just as Aragon put his foot on a rugged step hewn out of the rock below him. He paused. She had escaped additional injury, which relieved him. "And the Lether Blocka?" "Floating belly up in Leona Lake. I'm afraid that some fishermen saw our battle. They were rowing toward Dros Leona when I last saw them." "Well, it can't be helped. See what you can find in the tunnel the Lether Blocka came out of. And keep an eye out for the Rizak. They may try to slip past us and escape Helgrund through the entrance we used. They probably have a bolt hole at ground level." "Probably, but I don't think they'll run quite yet." After what seemed like an hour trapped in the darkness, though Aragon knew it could not have been more than 10 or 15 minutes, and after descending more than 100 feet through Helgrund, Aragon stopped on a level patch of stone. Transmitting his thoughts to Roran, he said, "Katrina's cell is about 50 feet in front of us, on the right. We can't risk letting her out until the Rizak are dead or gone. What if they won't reveal themselves until we do let her out? For some reason, I can't sense them. They could hide from me until doomsday in here. So do we wait for who knows how long, or do we free Katrina while we still have the chance? I can place some wards around her that should protect her from most attacks." Roran was quiet for a second. "Let's free her, then." They began to move forward again, feeling their way along the squat corridor with its rough, unfinished floor. Aragon had to devote most of his attention to his footing in order to maintain his balance. As a result, he almost missed the swish of cloth sliding over cloth and then the faint twang that emanated from off to his right. He recoiled against the wall, shoving Roran back. At the same time, something augured past his face, carving a groove of flesh from his right cheek. The thin trench burned as if cauterized. "Kavekba," shouted Aragon. Red light, bright as the midday sun, flared into existence. It had no source, and thus it illuminated every surface evenly and without shadows, giving things a curious flat appearance. The sudden blaze dazzled Aragon, but it did more than that to the lone Rizak in front of him. The creature dropped its bow, covered its hooded face, and screamed high and shrill. A similar screech told Aragon that the second Rizak was behind them. Roran. Aragon pivoted just in time to see Roran charge the other Rizak, hammer held high. The disoriented monster stumbled backward but was too slow. The hammer fell. For my father, shouted Roran. He struck again. For our home. The Rizak was already dead, but Roran lifted the hammer once more. For Carvajal, his final blow shattered the Rizak's carapace like the rind of a dry gourd. In the merciless ruby glare, the spreading pool of blood appeared purple. Spinning his staff in a circle to knock aside the arrow or sword that he was convinced was driving toward him, Aragon turned to confront the remaining Rizak. The tunnel before them was empty. He swore. Aragon strode over to the twisted figure on the floor. He swung the staff over his head and brought it down across the chest of the dead Rizak with a resounding thud. I've waited a long time to do that, said Aragon. As have I. He and Roran looked at each other. Ah, cried Aragon, and clutched his cheek as the pain intensified. It's bubbling, exclaimed Roran. Do something. The Rizak must have coated the arrowhead with Seether oil, thought Aragon. Remembering his training, he cleansed the wound and surrounding tissue with an incantation and then repaired the damage to his face. He opened and closed his mouth several times to make sure the muscles were working properly. With a grim smile, he said, imagine the state we'd be in without magic. Without magic, we wouldn't have Galbatorix to worry about. Talk later, said Saphira. As soon as those fishermen reach Dros Leona, the king may hear of our doings from one of his pet spellcasters in the city, and we do not want Galbatorix scrying Helgrind while we are still here. Yes, said Aragon. Extinguishing the omnipresent red glow, he said, Brisinger Rodder, and created a red whirlight like that from the previous night, except that this one remained anchored 6 inches from the ceiling instead of accompanying Aragon wherever he went. Now that he had an opportunity to examine the tunnel in some detail, Aragon saw that the stone hallway was dotted with 20 or so iron-bound doors, some on either side. He pointed and said, 9th down, on the right. You go get her. I'll check the other cells. The Rizak might have left something interesting in them. Roran nodded. Crouching, he searched the corpse at their feet but found no keys. He shrugged. I'll do it the hard way, then. He sprinted to the proper door, abandoned his shield, and set to work on the hinges with his hammer. Each blow created a frightful crash. Aragon did not offer to help. His cousin would not want or appreciate assistance now, and besides, there was something else Aragon had to do. He went to the first cell, whispered 3 words, then, after the lock snapped open, pushed aside the door. All that the small room contained was a black chain and a pile of rotting bones. Those sad remains were no more than he had expected. He already knew where the object of his search lay, but he maintained the charade of ignorance to avoid kindling Roran's suspicion. 2 more doors opened and closed beneath the touch of Aragon's fingers. Then, at the 4th cell, the door swung back to admit the shifting radiance of the whirlight and revealed the very man Aragon had hoped he would not find, Sloane. Divergence. The butcher sat slumped against the left-hand wall, both arms chained to an iron ring above his head. His ragged clothes barely covered his pale, emaciated body, the corners of his bones stood out in sharp relief underneath his translucent skin. His blue veins were also prominent. Sores had formed on his wrists where the manacles chafed. The ulcers oozed a mixture of clear fluid and blood. What remained of his hair had turned gray or white and hung in lank, greasy ropes over his pockmarked face. Roused by the clang of Roran's hammer, Sloane lifted his chin toward the light and, in a quavering voice, asked, Who is it? Who's there? His hair parted and slid back, exposing his eye sockets, which had sunk deep into his skull. Where his eyelids should have been, there were now only a few scraps of tattered skin draped over the raw cavities underneath. The area around them was bruised and scabbed. With a shock, Aragon realized that the Rizak had pecked out Sloane's eyes. What he then should do, Aragon could not decide. The butcher had told the Rizak that Aragon had found Saphira's egg. Furthermore, Sloane had murdered the watchman, Bird, and had betrayed Carvajal to the Empire. If he were brought before his fellow villagers, they would undoubtedly find Sloane guilty and condemn him to death by hanging. It seemed only right, to Aragon, that the butcher should die for his crimes. That was not the source of his uncertainty. Rather, it arose from the fact that Roran loved Katrina, and Katrina, whatever Sloane had done, must still harbor a certain degree of affection for her father. Watching an arbitrator publicly denounce Sloane's offenses and then hang him would be no easy thing for her or, by extension, Roran. Such hardship might even create enough ill will between them to end their engagement. Either way, way, Aragon was convinced that taking Sloane back with them would sow discord between him, Roran, Katrina, and the other villagers, and might engender enough anger to distract them from their struggle against the Empire. The easiest solution, thought Aragon, would be to kill him and say that I found him dead in the cell. His lips trembled, one of the death words heavy upon his tongue. What do you want? Asked Sloane. He turned his head from side to side in an attempt to hear better. I already told you everything I know. Aragon cursed himself for hesitating. Sloane's guilt was not in dispute. He was a murderer and a traitor. Any lawgiver would sentence him to execution. Notwithstanding the merit of those arguments, it was Sloane who was curled in front of him, a man Aragon had known his entire life. The butcher might be a despicable person, but the wealth of memories and experiences Aragon shared with him bred a sense of intimacy that troubled Aragon's conscience. To strike down Sloane would be like raising his hand against Horst or Loring or any of the elders of Carvajal. Again Aragon prepared to utter the fatal word. An image appeared in his mind's eye, Turpin Brand, the slaver he and Murtaugh had encountered during their flight to the Varden, kneeling on the dusty ground and Murtaugh striding up to him and beheading him. Aragon remembered how he had objected to Murtaugh's deed and how it had troubled him for days afterward. Have I changed so much, he asked himself, that I can do the same thing now? As Roran said, I have killed, but only in the heat of battle, never like this. He glanced over his shoulder as Roran broke the last hinge to Katrina's cell door. Dropping his hammer, Roran prepared to charge the door and knock it inward, but then appeared to think better of it and tried to lift it free of its frame. The door rose a fraction of an inch, then halted and wobbled in his grip. Give me a hand here, he shouted. I don't want it to fall on her. Aragon looked back at the wretched butcher. He had no more time for mindless wanderings. He had to choose. One way or another, he had to choose. Ellipsis. Aragon. I don't know what's right, realized Aragon. His own uncertainty told him that it would be wrong to kill Sloane or return him to the Varden. He had no idea what he should do instead, except to find a third path, one that was less obvious and less violent. Lifting his hand, as if in benediction, Aragon whispered, Slitha. Sloane's manacles rattled as he went limp, falling into a profound sleep. As soon as he was sure the spell had taken hold, Aragon closed and locked the cell door again and replaced his wards around it. What are you up to, Aragon? Asked Saphira. Wait until we're together again. I'll explain then. Explain what? You don't have a plan. Give me a minute and I will. What was in there? Asked Roran as Aragon took his place opposite him. Sloane. Aragon adjusted his grip on the door between them. He's dead. Roran's eyes widened. How? Looks like they broke his neck. For an instant, Aragon feared that Roran might not believe him. Then his cousin grunted and said, It's better that way, I suppose. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Together, they heaved the massive door out of its casing and threw it across the hallway. The stone passageway returned the resulting boom to them again and again. Without pause, Roran rushed into the cell, which was lit by a single wax taper. Aragon followed a step behind. Katrina cowered at the far end of an iron cot. Let me alone, you toothless bastards. She stopped, struck dumb as Roran stepped forward. Her face was white from lack of sun and streaked with filth, yet at that moment, a look of such wonder and tender love blossomed upon her features. Aragon thought he had rarely seen anyone so beautiful. Never taking her eyes off Roran, Katrina stood and, with a shaking hand, touched his cheek. You came. I came. A laughing sob broke out of Roran, and he folded her in his arms, pulling her against his chest. They remained lost in their embrace for a long moment. Drawing back, Roran kissed her 3 times on the lips. Katrina wrinkled her nose and exclaimed, You grew a beard. Of all the things she could have said, that was so unexpected, and she sounded so shocked and surprised, that Aragon chuckled in response. For the first time, Katrina seemed to notice him. She glanced him over, then settled on his face, which she studied with evident puzzlement. Aragon, is that you? Aye. He's a dragon rider now, said Roran. A rider? You mean, she faltered, the revelation seemed to overwhelm her. Glancing at Roran, as if for protection, she held him even closer and sidled around him, away from Aragon. To Roran, she said, How did you find us? Who else is with you? All that later. We have to get out of Helgrund before the rest of the Empire comes running after us. Wait, what about my father? Did you find him? Roran looked at Aragon, then returned his gaze to Katrina and gently said, "We were too late." A shiver ran through Katrina. She closed her eyes, and a solitary tear leaked down the side of her face. So be it. While they spoke, Aragon frantically tried to figure out how to dispose of Sloane. Although he concealed his deliberations from Saphira, he knew that she would disapprove of the direction his thoughts were taking. A scheme began to form in his mind. It was an outlandish concept, fraught with danger and uncertainty, but it was the only viable path, given the circumstances. Abandoning further reflection, Aragon sprang into action. He had much to do in little time. "Gierda," he cried, pointing. With a burst of blue sparks and flying fragments, the metal bands riveted around Katrina's ankles broke apart. Katrina jumped in surprise. "Magic," she whispered. "A simple spell." She shrank from his touch as he reached toward her. "Katrina, I have to make sure that Galbatorix or one of his magicians hasn't enchanted you with any traps or forced you to swear things in the ancient language." "The ancient?" Roran interrupted her. "Aragon. Do this when we make camp. We can't stay here." "No." Aragon slashed his arm through the air. "We do it now." Scowling, Roran moved aside and allowed Aragon to put his hands on Katrina's shoulders. "Just look into my eyes," he told her. She nodded and obeyed. That was the first time Aragon had a reason to use the spells Oromis had taught him for detecting the work of another spellcaster, and he had difficulty remembering every word from the scrolls in Elsmera. The gaps in his memory were so serious that on 3 different instances he had to rely upon a synonym to complete an incantation. For a long while, Aragon stared into Katrina's glistening eyes and mouthed phrases in the ancient language, occasionally, and with her permission, examining one of her memories for evidence that someone had tampered with it. He was as gentle as possible, unlike the twins, who had ravaged his own mind in a similar procedure the day he arrived at Farthendur. Roran stood guard, pacing back and forth in front of the open doorway. Every second that went by increased his agitation. He twirled his hammer and tapped the head of it against his upper thigh, as if keeping time with a piece of music. At last Aragon released Katrina. "I'm done." "What did you find?" she whispered. She hugged herself, her forehead creased with worry lines as she waited for his verdict. Silence filled the cell as Roran came to a standstill. "Nothing but your own thoughts. You are free of any spells." "Of course she is," growled Roran, and again wrapped her in his arms. Together, the 3 of them exited the cell. "Brisinger, iet Tother," said Aragon, gesturing at the whirlight that still floated near the ceiling of the hallway. At his command, the glowing orb darted to a spot directly over his head and remained there, bobbing like a piece of driftwood in the surf. Aragon took the lead as they hurried back through the jumble of tunnels toward the cavern where they had landed. As he trotted across the slick rock, he watched for the remaining Rizak while, at the same time, erecting wards to safeguard Katrina. Behind him, he heard her and Roran exchange a series of brief phrases and lone words. "I love you, Horst, and others safe, always, for you, yes, 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 yes." The trust and affection they shared were so obvious, it roused a dull ache of longing inside Aragon. When they were about 10 yards from the main cavern and could just begin to see by the faint glow ahead of them, Aragon extinguished the whirlight. A few feet later, Katrina slowed, then pressed herself against the side of the tunnel and covered her face. "I can't. It's too bright. My eyes hurt." Roran quickly moved in front of her, casting her in his shadow. "When was the last time you were outside?" "I don't know." A hint of panic crept into her voice. "I don't know. Not since they brought me here." "Roran, am I going blind?" She sniffed and began to cry. Her tears surprised Aragon. He remembered her as someone of great strength and fortitude. But then, she had spent many weeks locked in the dark, fearing for her life. "I might not be myself either, if I were in her place." "No, you're fine. You just need to get used to the sun again." Roran stroked her hair. "Come on, don't let this upset you. Everything is going to be all right. You're safe now." "Safe, Katrina, you hear me?" "I hear you." Although he hated to ruin one of the tunics the elves had given him, Aragon tore off a strip of cloth from the bottom edge of his garment. He handed it to Katrina and said, "Tie this over your eyes. You should be able to see through it well enough to keep from falling or running into anything." She thanked him and then blindfolded herself. Once again advancing, the trio emerged into the sunny, blood-splattered main cavern, which stank worse than before, owing to the noxious fumes that drifted from the body of the Lether Blaka, even as Saphira appeared from within the depths of the lancet opening opposite them. Seeing her, Katrina gasped and clung to Roran, digging her fingers into his arms. Aragon said, "Katrina, allow me to introduce you to Saphira. I am her rider. She can understand if you speak to her." "It is an honor, O dragon," Katrina managed to say. She dipped her knees in a weak imitation of a curtsy. Saphira inclined her head in return. Then she faced Aragon. "I searched the Lethrobloka's nest, but all I found was bones, and more bones, including several that smelled of fresh meat. The Rizak must have eaten the slaves last night. I wish we could have rescued them." "I know, but we cannot protect everyone in this war." Gesturing at Saphira, Aragon said, "Go on, climb onto her. I'll join you in a moment." Katrina hesitated, then glanced at Roran, who nodded and murmured, "It's all right. Saphira brought us here." Together, the couple skirted the corpse of the Lethrobloka as they went over to Saphira, who crouched flat upon her belly so that they could mount her. Cupping his hands to form a step, Roran lifted Katrina high enough to pull herself over the upper part of Saphira's left foreleg. From there Katrina clambered the looped leg straps of the saddle, as if a ladder, until she sat perched upon the crest of Saphira's shoulders. Like a mountain goat leaping from one ledge to another, Roran duplicated her ascent. Crossing the cave after them, Aragon examined Saphira, assessing the severity of her various scrapes, gashes, tears, bruises, and stab wounds. To do so, he relied upon what she herself felt, in addition to what he could see. "For goodness sake," said Saphira, "save your attentions until we are well out of danger. I'm not going to bleed to death." "That's not quite true, and you know it. You're bleeding inside. Unless I stop it now, you may suffer complications I can't heal, and then we'll never get back to the Varden. Don't argue, you can't change my mind, and I won't take a minute." As it turned out, Aragon required several minutes to restore Saphira to her former health. Her injuries were severe enough that in order to complete his spells, he had to empty the belt of Beloth the Wise of energy and, after that, draw upon Saphira's own vast reserves of strength. Whenever he shifted from a larger wound to a smaller one, she protested that he was being foolish and would he please leave off, but he ignored her complaints, much to her growing displeasure. Afterward, Aragon slumped, tired from the magic and the fighting. Flicking a finger toward the places where the Lethrobloka had skewered her with their beaks, he said, "You should have Arya or another elf inspect my handiwork on those. I did my best, but I may have missed something." "I appreciate your concern for my welfare," she replied, "but this is hardly the place for soft-hearted demonstrations. Once and for all, let us be gone." Time to leave." Stepping back, Aragon edged away from Saphira, in the direction of the tunnel behind him. "Come on," called Roran. "Hurry up." "Aragon," exclaimed Saphira. Aragon shook his head. "No, I'm staying here." "You," Roran started to say, but a ferocious growl from Saphira interrupted him. She lashed her tail against the side of the cave and raked the floor with her talons, so that bone and stone squealed in what sounded like mortal agony. "Listen," shouted Aragon. "One of the Rizak is still on the loose. And think what else might be in Helgrand. Scrolls, potions, information about the Empire's activities, things that can help us. The Rizak may even have eggs of theirs stored here. If they do, I have to destroy them before Galbatorix can claim them for his own." To Saphira, Aragon also said, "I can't kill Sloane, I can't let Roran or Katrina see him, and I can't allow him to starve to death in his cell or Galbatorix's men to recapture him. I'm sorry, but I have to deal with Sloane on my own." "How will you get out of the Empire?" demanded Roran. "I'll run. I'm as fast as an elf now, you know." The tip of Saphira's tail twitched. That was the only warning Aragon had before she leapt toward him, extending one of her glittering paws. He fled, dashing into the tunnel a fraction of a second before Saphira's foot passed through the space where he had been. Saphira skidded to a stop in front of the tunnel and roared with frustration that she was unable to follow him into the narrow enclosure. Her bulk blocked most of the light. The stone shook around Aragon as she tore at the entrance with her claws and teeth, breaking off thick chunks. Her feral snarls and the sight of her lunging muzzle, filled with teeth as long as his forearm, sent a jolt of fear through Aragon. He understood then how a rabbit must feel when it cowers in its den while a wolf digs after it. "Genga," he shouted. "No." Saphira placed her head on the ground and uttered a mournful keen, her eyes large and pitiful. "Genga, I love you, Saphira, but you have to go." She retreated several yards from the tunnel and snuffled at him, mewling like a cat. Little one. Aragon hated to make her unhappy, and he hated to send her away. It felt as if he were tearing himself apart. Saphira's misery flowed across their mental link and, coupled with his own anguish, almost paralyzed him. Somehow he mustered the nerve to say, Genga. And don't come back for me or send anyone else for me. I'll be fine. Genga. Genga. Saphira howled with frustration and then reluctantly walked to the mouth of the cave. From his place on her saddle, Roran said, Aragon, come on. Don't be daft. You're too important to risk. A combination of noise and motion obscured the rest of his sentence as Saphira launched herself out of the cave. In the clear sky beyond, her scales sparkled like a multitude of brilliant blue diamonds. She was, Aragon thought, magnificent, proud, noble, and more beautiful than any other living creature. No stag or lion could compete with the majesty of a dragon in flight. She said, a week, that is how long I shall wait. Then I shall return for you, Aragon, even if I must fight my way past Thorn, Shuriken, and 1,000 magicians. Aragon stood there until she dwindled from sight and he could no longer touch her mind. Then, his heart heavy as lead, he squared his shoulders and turned away from the sun and all things bright and living and once more descended into the tunnels of shadow. Ryder and Razak. Aragon sat bathed in the heatless radiance from his crimson relight in the hall lined with cells near the center of Helgrind. His staff lay across his lap. The rock reflected his voice as he repeated a phrase in the ancient language over and over again. It was not magic, but rather a message to the remaining Razak. What he said meant this: Come, O thou eater of men's flesh, let us end this fight of ours. You are hurt, and I am weary. Your companions are dead, and I am alone. We are a fit match. I promise that I shall not use Grimarye against you, nor hurt or trap you with spells I have already cast. Come, O thou eater of men's flesh, let us end this fight of ours. Ellipsis quote. The time during which he spoke seemed endless, a Neverween in a ghastly tinted chamber that remained unchanged through an eternity of cycling words whose order and significance ceased to matter to him. After a time, his clamoring thoughts fell silent, and a strange calm crept over him. He paused with his mouth open, then closed it, watchful. 30 feet in front of him stood the Razak. Blood dripped from the hem of the creature's ragged robes. My master does not want me to kill you, it hissed. But that does not matter to you now. No, if I fall to your staff, let Galbatorix deal with you as he will. He has more hearts SS than you do. Aragon laughed. Hearts? I am the champion of the people, not him. Foolish boy. The Razak cocked its head slightly, looking past him at the corpse of the other Razak farther up the tunnel. She was my hatchmate. You have become SS strong since we first ST met, Shadowslayer. It was that or die. Will you make a pact with me, Shadowslayer? What kind of a pact? I am the last of my race, Shadowslayer. We are ancient, and I would not have us forgotten. Would you, in your songs SS and in your his stories, remind your fellow humans of the terror we inspired in your kind? Remember us as fear. Why should I do that for you? Tucking its beak against its narrow chest, the Razak clucked and chittered to itself for several moments. Because, it said, I will tell you SS something secret, yes I will. Then tell me. Give me your word first ST, lest you trick me. No, tell me, and then I will decide whether or not to agree. Over a minute passed, and neither of them moved, although Aragon kept his muscles taut and ready in expectation of a surprise attack. After another squall of sharp clicks, the Razak said, he has almost found the name. Who has? Galbatorix. The name of what? The Razak hissed with frustration. I cannot tell you. The name. The true name. You have to give me more information than that. I cannot. Then we have no pact. Curse you, Ryder. I curse you. May you find no loose ST nor den nor peace of mind in this land of yours. May you leave Algesia and never return. The nape of Aragon's neck prickled with the cold touch of dread. In his mind, he again heard the words of Angela the herbalist when she had cast her dragon bones for him and told his fortune and predicted that selfsame fate. A mare's tail of blood separated Aragon from his enemy as the Razak swept back its sodden cloak, revealing a bow that it held with an arrow already fit to the string. Lifting and drawing the weapon, the Razak loosed the bolt in the direction of Aragon's chest. Aragon batted the shaft aside with his staff. As if this attempt were nothing more than a preliminary gesture that custom dictated they observe before proceeding with their actual confrontation, the Rizak stooped, placed the bow on the floor, then straightened its talon slowly and deliberately pulled its leaf-bladed sword from underneath its robes. While it did, Aragon rose to his feet and took a shoulder-wide stance, his hands tight on the staff. They lunged toward each other. The Rizak attempted to cleave Aragon from collarbone to hip, but Aragon twisted and stepped past the blow. Jamming the end of the staff upward, he drove its metal spike underneath the Rizak's beak and through the plates that protected the creature's throat. The Rizak shuddered once and then collapsed. Aragon stared at his most hated foe, stared at its lidless black eyes, and suddenly he went weak at the knees and retched against the wall of the corridor. Wiping his mouth, he yanked the staff free and whispered, "For our father. For our home. For Carvajal. For Brahm. I've had my fill of vengeance. May you rot here forever, Rizak." Going to the appropriate cell, Aragon retrieved Sloane, who was still deep in his enchanted sleep, slung the butcher over his shoulder, and then began to retrace his steps back to the main cave of Helgrind. Along the way, he often lowered Sloane to the floor and left him to explore a chamber or byway that he had not visited before. In them he discovered many evil instruments, including 4 metal flasks of seether oil, which he promptly destroyed so that no one else could use the flesh-eating acid to further their malicious plans. Hot sunlight stung Aragon's cheeks when he stumbled out of the network of tunnels. Holding his breath, he hurried past the dead Lether Blaka and went to the edge of the vast cave, where he gazed down the precipitous side of Helgrind at the hills far below. To the west, he saw a pillar of orange dust billowing above the lane that connected Helgrind to Dros Leona, marking the approach of a group of horsemen. His right side was burning from supporting Sloane's weight, so Aragon shifted the butcher onto his other shoulder. He blinked away the beads of sweat that clung to his eyelashes as he struggled to solve the problem of how he was supposed to transport Sloane and himself 5,000 some feet to the ground. "It's almost a mile down," he murmured. "If there were a path, I could easily walk that distance, even with Sloane. So I must have the strength to lower us with magic. Yes, but what you can do over a length of time may be too taxing to accomplish all at once without killing yourself." As Oromas said, the body cannot convert its stockpile of fuel into energy fast enough to sustain most spells for more than a few seconds. "I only have a certain amount of power available at any given moment, and once it's gone, I have to wait until I recover. And talking to myself isn't getting me anywhere." Securing his hold on Sloane, Aragon fixed his eyes on a narrow ledge about 100 feet below. "This is going to hurt," he thought, preparing himself for the attempt. Then he barked, "Otter." Aragon felt himself rise several inches above the floor of the cave. "Fram," he said, and the spell propelled him away from Helgrind and into open space, where he hung unsupported, like a cloud drifting in the sky. Accustomed as he was to flying with Saphira, the sight of nothing but thin air underneath his feet still caused him unease. By manipulating the flow of magic, Aragon quickly descended from the Rizak's lair, which the insubstantial wall of stone once again hid, to the ledge. His boot slipped on a loose piece of rock as he alighted. For a handful of breathless seconds, he flailed, searching for solid footing but unable to look down, as tilting his head could send him toppling forward. He yelped as his left leg went off the ledge and he began to fall. Before he could resort to magic to save himself, he came to an abrupt halt as his left foot wedged itself in a crevice. The edges of the rift dug into his calf behind his greave, but he did not mind, for it held him in place. Aragon leaned his back against Helgrind, using it to help him prop up Sloane's limp body. "That wasn't too bad," he observed. The effort had cost him, but not so much that he was unable to continue. "I can do this," he said. He gulped fresh air into his lungs, waiting for his racing heart to slow. He felt as if he had sprinted a score of yards while carrying Sloane. "I can do this." Ellipsis quote. The approaching riders caught his eye again. They were noticeably closer than before and galloping across the dry land at a pace that worried him. "It's a race between them and me," he realized. "I have to escape before they reach Helgrind. There are sure to be magicians among them, and I'm in no fit condition to duel Galbatorix's spellcasters." Glancing over at Sloane's face, he said, "Perhaps you can help me a bit, E.H. It's the least you can do, considering I'm risking death and worse for you." The sleeping butcher rolled his head, lost in the world of dreams. With a grunt, Aragon pushed himself off Helgrind. Again he said, "Otter," and again he became airborne. This time he relied upon Sloane's strength, meager as it was, as well as his own. Together they sank like two strange birds along Helgrind's rugged flank toward another ledge whose width promised safe haven. In such a manner Aragon orchestrated their downward climb. He did not proceed in a straight line, but rather angled off to his right, so that they curved around Helgrind and the mass of blocky stone hid him and Sloane from the horsemen. The closer they got to the ground, the slower they went. A crushing fatigue overcame Aragon, reducing the distance he was able to traverse in a single stretch and making it increasingly difficult for him to recuperate during the pauses between his bursts of exertion. Even lifting a finger became a task that he found irritating in the extreme, as well as one that was almost unbearably laborious. Drowsiness muffled him in its warm folds and dulled his thoughts and feelings until the hardest of rocks seemed as soft as pillows to his aching muscles. When he finally dropped onto the sun-baked soil, too weak to keep Sloane and himself from ramming into the dirt, Aragon lay with his arms folded at odd angles underneath his chest and stared with half-lidded eyes into the yellow flecks of citrine embedded within the small rock an inch or two from his nose. Sloane weighed on his back like a pile of iron ingots. Air seeped from Aragon's lungs, but none seemed to return. His vision darkened as if a cloud had covered the sun. A deadly lull separated each beat of his heart, and the throb, when it came, was no more than a faint flutter. Aragon was no longer capable of coherent thought, but somewhere in the back of his brain he was aware that he was about to die. It did not frighten him. To the contrary, the prospect comforted him, for he was tired beyond belief, and death would free him from the battered shell of his flesh and allow him to rest for all of eternity. From above and behind his head, there came a bumblebee as big as his thumb. It circled his ear, then hovered by the rock, probing the nodes of citrine, which were the same bright yellow as the field stars that bloomed among the hills. The bumblebee's mane glowed in the morning light, each hair sharp and distinct to Aragon, and its blurred wings generated a gentle bombilation, like a tattoo played on a drum. Pollen powdered the bristles on its legs. The bumblebee was so vibrant, so alive, and so beautiful, its presence renewed Aragon's will to survive. A world that contained a creature as amazing as that bumblebee was a world he wanted to live in. By sheer force of will, he pushed his left hand free of his chest and grasped the woody stem of a nearby shrub. Like a leech or a tick or some other parasite, he extracted the life from the plant, leaving it limp and brown. The subsequent rush of energy that coursed through Aragon sharpened his wits. Now he was scared. Having regained his desire to continue existing, he found nothing but terror in the blackness beyond. Dragging himself forward, he seized another shrub and transferred its vitality into his body, then a third shrub and a fourth shrub, and so on until he once again possessed the full measure of his strength. He stood and looked back at the trail of brown plants that stretched out behind him. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he saw what he had wrought. Aragon knew that he had been careless with the magic and that his reckless behavior would have doomed the Varden to certain defeat if he had died. In hindsight, his stupidity made him wince. Brahm would box my ears for getting into this mess, he thought. Returning to Sloane, Aragon hoisted the gaunt butcher off the ground. Then he turned east and loped away from Helgrind and into the concealment of a draw. 10 minutes later, when he paused to check for pursuers, he saw a cloud of dirt swirling at the base of Helgrind, which he took to mean that the horsemen had arrived at the dark tower of stone. He smiled. Galbatorix's minions were too far away for any lesser magicians among their ranks to detect his or Sloane's minds. By the time they discover the Rizak's bodies, he thought, I shall have run a league or more. I doubt they will be able to find me then. Besides, they will be searching for a dragon and her rider, not a man traveling on foot. Satisfied that he did not have to worry about an imminent attack, Aragon resumed his previous pace, a steady, effortless stride that he could maintain for the entire day. Above him, the sun gleamed golden white. Before him, trackless wilderness extended for many leagues before lapping against the outbuildings of some village. And in his heart, a new joy and hope flared. At last the Rizak were dead. At last his quest for vengeance was complete. At last he had fulfilled his duty to Garrow and to Brahm. And at last he had cast off the pall of fear and anger that he had labored beneath ever since the Rizak first appeared in Carvajal. Killing them had taken far longer than he expected, but now the deed was done, and a mighty deed it was. He allowed himself to revel in satisfaction over having accomplished such a difficult feat, albeit with assistance from Roran and Saphira. Yet, to his surprise, his triumph was bittersweet, tainted by an unexpected sense of loss. His hunt for the Rizak had been one of his last ties to his life in Palanker Valley, and he was loath to relinquish that bond, gruesome as it was. Moreover, the task had given him a purpose in life when he had none. It was the reason why he had originally left his home. Without it, a hole gaped inside of him where he had nurtured his hate for the Rizak. That he could mourn the end of such a terrible mission appalled Aragon, and he vowed to avoid making the same mistake twice. I refuse to become so attached to my struggle against the Empire and Murtaugh and Galbatorix that I won't want to move on to something else when, and if, the time comes, or, worse, that I'll try to prolong the conflict rather than adapt to whatever happens next. He chose then to push away his misbegotten regret and to concentrate instead on his relief that he was free of the grim demands of his self-imposed quest and that his only remaining obligations were those born of his current position. Elation lightened his steps. With the Rizak gone, Aragon felt as if he could finally make a life for himself based not on who he had been but on who he had become, a dragon rider. He smiled at the uneven horizon and laughed as he ran, indifferent as to whether anyone might hear him. His voice rolled up and down the draw, and around him, everything seemed new and beautiful and full of promise. To walk the land alone. Aragon's stomach gurgled. He was lying on his back, legs folded under at the knees, stretching his thighs after running farther and with more weight than he ever had before, when the loud, liquid rumble erupted from his innards. The sound was so unexpected, Aragon bolted upright, groping for his staff. Wind whistled across the empty land. The sun had set, and in its absence, everything was blue and purple. Nothing moved, save for the blades of grass that fluttered in Sloane, whose fingers slowly opened and closed in response to some vision in his enchanted slumber. A bone-biting cold heralded the arrival of true night. Aragon relaxed and allowed himself a small smile. His amusement soon vanished as he considered the source of his discomfort. Battling the Rizak, casting numerous spells, and bearing Sloane upon his shoulders for most of the day had left Aragon so ravenous, he imagined that if he could travel back in time, he could eat the entire feast the dwarves had cooked in his honor during his visit to Tarnag. The memory of how the roast Nagra, the giant boar, had smelled, hot, pungent, seasoned with honey and spices, and dripping with lard, was enough to make his mouth water. The problem was, he had no supplies. Water was easy enough to come by. He could draw moisture from the soil whenever he wanted. Finding food in that desolate place, however, was not only far more difficult, it presented him with a moral dilemma that he had hoped to avoid. Oromis had devoted many of his lessons to the various climates and geographic regions that existed throughout Algesia. Thus, when Aragon left their camp to investigate the surrounding area, he was able to identify most of the plants he encountered. Few were edible, and of those, none were large or bountiful enough for him to gather a meal for 2 grown men in a reasonable amount of time. The local animals were sure to have hidden away caches of seeds and fruit, but he had no idea where to begin searching for them. Nor did he think it was likely that a desert mouse would have amassed more than a few mouthfuls of food. That left him with 2 options, neither of which appealed to him. He could, as he had before, drain the energy from the plants and insects around their camp. The price of doing so Oromis had devoted many of his lessons to the various climates and Oromis had devoted many of his lessons to the various climates and geographic regions that existed throughout Algesia. Thus, when Aragon left their camp to investigate the surrounding area, he was able to identify most of the plants he encountered. Few were edible, and of those, none were large or bountiful enough for him to gather a meal for 2 grown men in a reasonable amount of time. The local animals were sure to have hidden away caches of seeds and fruit, but he had no idea where to begin searching for them. Nor did he think it was likely that a desert mouse would have amassed more than a few mouthfuls of food. That left him with 2 options, neither of which appealed to him. He could, as he had before, drain the energy from the plants and insects around their camp. The price of doing so would be to leave a death spot upon the earth, a blight where nothing, not even the tiny organisms in the soil, still live. And while it might keep him and Sloane on their feet, transfusions of energy were far from satisfying, as they did nothing to fill one's stomach. Or he could hunt. Aragon scowled and twisted the butt of his staff into the ground. After sharing the thoughts and desires of numerous animals, it revolted him to consider eating one. Nevertheless, he was not about to weaken himself and perhaps allow the Empire to capture him just because he went without supper in order to spare the life of a rabbit. As both Saphira and Roran had pointed out, every living thing survived by eating something else. Ours is a cruel world, he thought, and I cannot change how it is made. The elves may be right to avoid flesh, but at the moment, my need is great. I refuse to feel guilty if circumstances drive me to this. It is not a crime to enjoy some bacon or a trout or what have you. He continued to reassure himself with various arguments, yet disgust at the concept still squirmed within his gut. For almost half an hour, he remained rooted to the spot, unable to do what logic told him was necessary. Then he became aware of how late it was and swore at himself for wasting time. He needed every minute of rest he could get. Steeling himself, Aragon sent out tendrils from his mind and probed the land until he located 2 large lizards and, curled in a sandy den, a colony of rodents that reminded him of a cross between a rat, a rabbit, and a squirrel. Dea, said Aragon, and killed the lizards and one of the rodents. They died instantly and without pain, but he still gritted his teeth as he extinguished the bright flames of their minds. The lizards he retrieved by hand, flipping over the rocks they had been hiding underneath. The rodent, however, he extracted from the den with magic. He was careful to not wake the other animals as he maneuvered the body up to the surface. It seemed cruel to terrify them with the knowledge that an invisible predator could kill them in their most secret havens. He gutted, skinned, and otherwise cleaned the lizards and rodent, burying the offal deep enough to hide it from scavengers. Gathering thin, flat stones, he built a small oven, lit a fire within, and started the meat cooking. Without salt, he could not properly season any sort of food, but some of the native plants released a pleasant smell when he crushed them between his fingers, and those he rubbed over and packed into the carcasses. The rodent was ready first, being smaller than the lizards. Lifting it off the top of the makeshift oven, Aragon held the meat in front of his mouth. He grimaced and would have remained locked in the grip of his revulsion, except that he had to continue tending the fire and the lizards. Those 2 activities distracted him enough that, without thinking, he obeyed the strident command of his hunger and ate. The initial bite was the worst. It stuck in his throat, and the taste of hot grease threatened to make him sick. Then he shivered and dry swallowed twice, and the urge passed. After that, it was easier. He was actually grateful the meat was rather bland, for the lack of flavor helped him to forget what he was chewing. He consumed the entire rodent and then part of a lizard. Tearing the last bit of flesh off a thin leg bone, he heaved a sigh of contentment and then hesitated, chagrined to realize that, in spite of himself, he had enjoyed the meal. He was so hungry, the meager supper had seemed delicious once he overcame his inhibitions. Perhaps, he mused, perhaps when I return, if I am at Nasuda's table, or King Orin's, and meat is served, perhaps, if I feel like it and it would be rude to refuse, I might have a few bites. I won't eat the way I used to, but neither shall I be as strict as the elves. Moderation is a wiser policy than zealotry, I think. By the light from the coals in the oven, Aragon studied Sloane's hands. The butcher lay a yard or 2 away, where Aragon had placed him. Dozens of thin white scars crisscrossed his long, bony fingers, with their oversized knuckles and long fingernails that, while they had been meticulous in Carvajal, were now ragged, torn, and blackened with accumulated filth. The scars testified to the relatively few mistakes Sloane had made during the decades he had spent wielding knives. His skin was wrinkled and weathered and bulged with worm-like veins, yet the muscles underneath were hard and lean. Aragon sat on his haunches and crossed his arms over his knees. I can't just let him go, he murmured. If he did, Sloane might track down Roran and Katrina, a prospect that Aragon considered unacceptable. Besides, even though he was not going to kill Sloane, he believed the butcher should be punished for his crimes. Aragon had not been close friends with Bird, but he had known him to be a good man, honest and steadfast, and he remembered Bird's wife, Felda, and their children with some fondness, for Garrow, Roran, and Aragon had eaten and slept in their house on several occasions. Bird's death, then, struck Aragon as being particularly cruel, and he felt the Watchman's family deserved justice, even if they never learned about it. What, however, would constitute proper punishment? I refused to become an executioner, thought Aragon, only to make myself an arbiter. What do I know about the law? Rising to his feet, he walked over to Sloane and bent toward his ear and said, "Vacna." With a jolt, Sloane woke, scrabbling at the ground with his sinewy hands. The remnants of his eyelids quivered as, by instinct, the butcher tried to lift them and look at his surroundings. Instead, he remained trapped in his own personal night. Aragon said, "Here, eat this." He thrust the remaining half of his lizard toward Sloane, who, although he could not see it, surely must have smelled the food. "Where am I?" asked Sloane. With trembling hands, he began to explore the rocks and plants in front of him. He touched his torn wrists and ankles and appeared confused to discover that his fetters were gone. The elves, and also the riders in days gone by, called this place Myrnathor. The dwarves refer to it as Wergaden, and humans as the Grey Heath. If that does not answer your question, then perhaps it will if I say we are a number of leagues southeast of Helgrand, where you were imprisoned. Sloane mouthed the word Helgrand. "You rescued me." "I did." "What about?" "Leave your questions. Eat this first." His harsh tone acted like a whip on the butcher. Sloane cringed and reached with fumbling fingers for the lizard. Releasing it, Aragon retreated to his place next to the rock oven and scooped handfuls of dirt onto the coals, blotting out the glow so that it would not betray their presence in the unlikely event that anyone else was in the vicinity. After an initial, tentative lick to determine what it was Aragon had given him, Sloane dug his teeth into the lizard and ripped a thick gobbet from the carcass. With each bite, he crammed as much flesh into his mouth as he could and only chewed once or twice before swallowing and repeating the process. He stripped each bone clean with the efficiency of a man who possessed an intimate understanding of how animals were constructed and what was the quickest way to disassemble them. The bones he dropped into a neat pile on his left. As the final morsel of meat from the lizard's tail vanished down Sloane's gullet, Aragon handed him the other reptile, which was yet whole. Sloane grunted in thanks and continued to gorge himself, making no attempt to wipe the fat from his mouth and chin. The second lizard proved to be too large for Sloane to finish. He stopped 2 ribs above the bottom of the chest cavity and placed what was left of the carcass on the cairn of bones. Then he straightened his back, drew his hand across his lips, tucked his long hair behind his ears, and said, "Thank you, strange sir, for your hospitality. It has been so long since I had a proper meal, I think I prize your food even above my own freedom. If I may ask, do you know of my daughter, Katrina, and what has happened to her?" "She was imprisoned with me in Helgrand." His voice contained a complex mixture of emotions, respect, fear, and submission in the presence of an unknown authority, hope and trepidation as to his daughter's fate, and determination as unyielding as the mountains of the spine. The one element Aragon expected to hear but did not was the sneering disdain Sloane had used with him during their encounters in Carbajal. "She is with Roran." Sloane gaped. "Roran? How did he get here? Did the Rizak capture him as well? Or did? The Rizak and their steeds are dead." "You killed them? How? Who?" For an instant, Sloane froze, as if he were stuttering with his entire body, and then his cheeks and mouth went slack and his shoulders caved in and he clutched at a bush to steady himself. He shook his head. "No, no, no. Number. It can't be. The Rizak spoke of this. They demanded answers I didn't have, but I thought, that is, who would believe?" His sides heaved with such violence, Aragon wondered if he would hurt himself. In a gasping whisper, as if he were forced to speak after being punched in the middle, Sloane said, "You can't be Aragon." A sense of doom and destiny descended upon Aragon. He felt as if he were the instrument of those 2 merciless overlords, and he replied in accordance, slowing his speech so each word struck like a hammer blow and carried all the weight of his dignity, station, and anger. "I am Aragon and far more. I am Argetlam and Shadeslayer and Firesword. My dragon is Saphira, she who is also known as Bjartskuller and Flametongue. We were taught by Brahm, who was a rider before us, and by the dwarves and by the elves. We have fought the Urgles and Ashade and Murtaugh, who is Morzen's son. We serve the Varden and the peoples of Alagizia. And I have brought you here, Sloane Aldenson, to pass judgment upon you for murdering Bird and for betraying Carvajal to the Empire. You lie. You cannot be. Lie, roared Aragon. I do not lie. Thrusting out with his mind, he engulfed Sloane's consciousness in his own and forced the butcher to accept memories that confirmed the truth of his statements. He also wanted Sloane to feel the power that was now his and to realize that he was no longer entirely human. And while Aragon was reluctant to admit it, he enjoyed having control over a man who had often made trouble for him and also tormented him with gibes, insulting both him and his family. He withdrew a half-minute later. Sloane continued to quiver, but he did not collapse and grovel as Aragon thought he might. Instead, the butcher's demeanor became cold and flinty. Blast you, he said. I don't have to explain myself to you, Aragon son of none. Understand this, though, I did what I did for Katrina's sake and nothing else. I know. That's the only reason you're still alive. Do what you want with me, then. I don't care, so long as she's safe. Well, go on. What's it to be? A beating? A branding? They already had my eyes, so one of my hands. Or will you leave me to starve or to be recaptured by the Empire? I have not decided yet. Sloane nodded with a sharp motion and pulled his tattered clothes tight around his limbs to ward off the night cold. He sat with military precision, gazing with blank, empty eye sockets into the shadows that ringed their camp. He did not beg. He did not ask for mercy. He did not deny his acts or attempt to placate Aragon. He but sat and waited, armored by his perfect stoic fortitude. His bravery impressed Aragon. The dark landscape around them seemed immense beyond reckoning to Aragon, and he felt as if the entire hidden expanse was converging upon him, a notion that heightened his anxiety over the choice that confronted him. My verdict will shape the rest of his life, he thought. Abandoning for the moment the question of punishment, Aragon considered what he knew about Sloane. The butcher's overriding love for Katrina, obsessive, selfish, and generally unhealthy as it was, although it had once been something wholesome. His hate and fear of the spine, which were the offspring of his grief for his late wife, Isamira, who had fallen to her death among those cloud-rending peaks, his estrangement from the remaining branches of his family, his pride in his work, the stories Aragon had heard about Sloane's childhood, and Aragon's own knowledge of what it was like to live in Carvajal. Aragon took that collection of scattered, fragmented insights and turned them over in his mind, pondering their significance. Like the pieces of a puzzle, he tried to fit them together. He rarely succeeded, but he persisted, and gradually he traced a myriad of connections between the events and emotions of Sloane's life, and thereby he wove a tangled web, the patterns of which represented who Sloane was. Throwing the last line of his web, Aragon felt as if he finally comprehended the reasons for Sloane's behavior. Because of that, he empathized with Sloane. More than empathy, he felt he understood Sloane, that he had isolated the core elements of Sloane's personality, those things one could not remove without irrevocably changing the man. There occurred to him, then, 3 words in the ancient language that seemed to embody Sloane, and without thinking about it, Aragon whispered the words under his breath. The sound could not have reached Sloane, yet he stirred, his hands gripping his thighs, and his expression became one of unease. A cold tingle crawled down Aragon's left side, and goosebumps appeared on his arms and legs as he watched the butcher. He considered a number of different explanations for Sloane's reaction, each more elaborate than the last, but only one seemed plausible, and even it struck him as being unlikely. He whispered the trio of words again. As before, Sloane shifted in place, and Aragon heard him mutter, "Someone walking on my grave." Aragon released a shaky breath. It was difficult for him to believe, but his experiment left no room for doubt. He had, quite by accident, chanced upon Sloane's true name. The discovery left him rather bewildered. Knowing someone's true name was a weighty responsibility, for it granted you absolute power over that person. Because of the inherent risks, the elves rarely revealed their true names, and when they did, it was only to those whom they trusted without reservation. Aragon had never learned anyone's true name before. He had always expected that if he did, it would be as a gift from someone he cared about a great deal. Gaining Sloane's true name without his consent was a turn of events Aragon was unprepared for and uncertain how to deal with. It dawned upon Aragon that in order to guess Sloane's true name, he must understand the butcher better than he did himself, for he had not the slightest inkling what his own might be. The realization was an uncomfortable one. He suspected that, given the nature of his enemies, not knowing everything he could about himself might well prove fatal. He vowed, then, to devote more time to introspection and to uncovering his true name. Perhaps Oromis and Glader could tell me what it is, he thought. Whatever the doubts and confusion Sloane's true name roused within him, it gave Aragon the beginning of an idea for how to deal with the Butcher. Even once he had the basic concept, it still took him another 10 minutes to thrash out the rest of his plan and make sure that it would work in the manner he intended. Sloane tilted his head in Aragon's direction as Aragon rose and walked out of their camp into the starlit land beyond. "Where are you going?" asked Sloane. Aragon remained silent. He wandered through the wilderness until he found a low, broad rock covered with scabs of lichen and with a bowl-like hollow in the middle. "Aderna Riza," said he. Around the rock, countless minuscule droplets of water filtered up through the soil and coalesced into flawless silver tubes that arched over the edge of the rock and down into the hollow. When the water started to overflow and return to the earth, only to be again ensnared by his spell, Aragon released the flow of magic. He waited until the surface of the water became perfectly still, so that it acted like a mirror, and he stood before what looked like a basin of stars, and then he said, Dramerkopa, and many other words besides, reciting a spell that would allow him to not only see but speak with others at a distance. Oromis had taught him the variation on scrying 2 days before he and Saphira had left Elsmera for Serta. The water went completely black, as if someone had extinguished the stars like candles. A moment or two later, an oval shape brightened in the middle of the water, and Aragon beheld the interior of a large white tent, illuminated by the flameless light from a red Aristor, one of the elves' magical lanterns. Normally, Aragon would be unable to scry a person or place he had not seen before, but the elves' seeing glass was enchanted to transmit an image of its surroundings to anyone who contacted the glass. Likewise, Aragon's spell would project an image of himself and his surroundings onto the surface of the glass. The arrangement allowed strangers to contact each other from any location in the world, which was an invaluable ability in times of war. A tall elf with silver hair and battle-worn armor entered Aragon's field of vision, and he recognized Lord Dathader, who advised Queen Islandzadi and was a friend of Arya's. If Dathader was surprised to see Aragon, he did not show it. He inclined his head, touched the first 2 fingers of his right hand to his lips, and said in his lilting voice, Atra Esterni Ono Thelduin, Aragon Shuratugal. Mentally making the shift to conversing in the ancient language, Aragon duplicated the gesture with his fingers and replied, Atra du Everinia Ono Varda, Dathader Voter. Continuing in his native tongue, Dathader said, I am glad to know you are well, Shadeslayer. Arya Drodningu informed us of your mission some days ago, and we have been much concerned on your behalf and Saphira's. I trust nothing has gone amiss. No, but I encountered an unforeseen problem, and if I may, I would consult with Queen Islandzadi and seek her wisdom in this matter. Dathader's cat-like eyes drifted nearly shut, becoming 2 angled slashes that gave him a fierce and unreadable expression. I know you would not ask this unless it is important, Aragon Voter, but beware, a drawn bow may just as easily snap and injure the archer as it may send the arrow flying. If it so please you, wait, and I shall inquire after the queen. I shall wait. Your assistance is most welcome, Dathader Voter. As the elf turned away from the seeing glass, Aragon grimaced. He disliked the elves' formality, but most of all, he hated trying to interpret their enigmatic statements. Was he warning me that scheming and plotting around the queen is a dangerous pastime, or that Islandzadi is a drawn bow about to snap? Or did he mean something else entirely? At least I'm able to contact the elves, thought Aragon. The elves' wards prevented anything from entering Duweldenvarden by magical means, including the far side of scrying. So long as elves remained in their cities, one could communicate with them only by sending messengers into their forest. But now that the elves were on the move and had left the shade of their black-needled pine trees, their great spells no longer protected them, and it was possible to use devices such as the seeing glass. Aragon became increasingly anxious as first 1 minute and then another trickled past. Come on, he murmured. He quickly glanced around to make sure that no person or beast was creeping up on him while he gazed into the pool of water. With a sound akin to ripping cloth, the entrance flap to the tent flew open as Queen Islandzadi thrust it aside and stormed toward the seeing glass. She wore a bright corselet of golden scale armor, augmented with mail and greaves, and a beautifully decorated helm, set with opals and other precious gemstones, that held back her flowing black tresses. A red cape trimmed with white billowed from her shoulders, it reminded Aragon of a looming storm front. In her left hand, Islandzadi wielded a naked sword. Her right hand was empty, but it appeared gloved in crimson, and after a moment, Aragon realized that dripping blood coated her fingers and wrist. Islandzadi's slanting eyebrows narrowed as she looked upon Aragon. With that expression, she bore a striking resemblance to Arya, although her stature and bearing were even more impressive than her daughter's. She was beautiful and terrible, like a frightful goddess of war. Aragon touched his lips with his fingers, then twisted his right hand over his chest in the elves' gesture of loyalty and respect, and recited the opening line of their traditional greeting, speaking first, as was proper when addressing one of higher rank. Islamzadi made the expected response, and in an attempt to please her and demonstrate his knowledge of their customs, Aragon concluded with the optional third line of the salutation, "And may peace live in your heart." The ferocity of Islamzadi's pose diminished somewhat, and a faint smile touched her lips, as if to acknowledge his maneuver. "And yours as well, Shadeslayer." Her low, rich voice contained hints of rustling pine needles and gurgling brooks, and music played on reed pipes. Sheathing her sword, she moved across the tent to the folding table and stood at an angle to Aragon as she washed the blood off her skin with water from a pitcher. "Peace is difficult to come by these days, I fear. The fighting is heavy, your majesty." "It will be soon. My people are massing along the western edge of Duweldenbarden, where we may prepare to kill and be killed while we are close to the trees we love so much. We are a scattered race and do not march in rank and file like others do, on account of the damage it inflicts upon the land, and so it takes time for us to assemble from the distant reaches of the forest." "I understand. Only," he searched for a way to ask his question without being rude. "If the fighting has not started yet, I cannot help but wonder why your hand is dyed with gore." Shaking water droplets off her fingers, Islamzadi lifted her perfect gold-brown forearm for Aragon's inspection, and he realized that she had been the model for the sculpture of two intertwined arms that stood in the entryway to his treehouse in Elsmera. "Dyed no more. The only stain blood leaves on a person is on her soul, not her body. I said the fighting would escalate in the near future, not that we had yet to start." She pulled the sleeve of her corselet and the tunic underneath back down to her wrist. From the jeweled belt wrapped around her slim waist, she removed a gauntlet stitched with silver thread and worked her hand into it. "We have been observing the city of Sunan, for we intend to attack there first. 2 days ago, our rangers spotted teams of men and mules traveling from Sunan into Duweldenbarden. We thought they wished to collect timber from the edge of the forest, as is often done. 'Tis a practice we tolerate, for the humans must have wood, and the trees within the fringe are young and nearly beyond our influence, and we have not wanted to expose ourselves before. The teams did not stop at the fringe, however. They burrowed far into Duweldenbarden, following game trails they were obviously familiar with. They were searching for the tallest, thickest trees as old as Algesia itself, trees that were already ancient and fully grown when the dwarves discovered Farthendur. When they found them, they began to saw them down." Her voice rippled with rage. "From their remarks, we learned why they were here. Galbatorix wanted the largest trees he could acquire to replace the siege engines and battering rams he lost during the battle on the burning plains. If their motive had been pure and honest, we might have forgiven the loss of one monarch of our forest. Maybe even 2, but not 8 and 20. A chill crept through Aragon. "What did you do?" he asked, although he already suspected the answer. Islamzadi lifted her chin, and her face grew hard. "I was present with 2 of our rangers. Together, we corrected the humans' mistake. In the past, the people of Sunan knew better than to intrude upon our lands. Today we reminded them why that was so." Without seeming to notice, she rubbed her right hand, as if it pained her, and she gazed past the seeing glass, looking at some vision of her own. "You have learned what it is like, Aragon Finurel, to touch the life force of the plants and animals around you. Imagine how you would cherish them if you had possessed that ability for centuries. We give of ourselves to sustain Duweldenbarden, and the forest is an extension of our bodies and minds. Any hurt it suffers is our hurt as well. We are a slow people to rouse, but once roused we are like the dragons, we go mad with anger. It has been over 100 years since I, or most any elf, shed blood in battle. The world has forgotten what we are capable of. Our strength may have declined since the riders fall, but we shall still give a full reckoning of ourselves. To our enemies, it will seem as if even the elements have turned against them. We are an elder race, and our skill and knowledge far exceed that of mortal men. Let Galbatorix and his allies beware, for we elves are about to forsake our forest, and we shall return in triumph, or never again." Aragon shivered. Even during his confrontations with Durza, he had never encountered such implacable determination and ruthlessness. "It's not human," he thought, then laughed mockingly to himself. "Of course not, and I would do well to remember that. However much we may look alike, and in my case, nigh on identical, we are not the same. If you take Sunan, he said, how will you control the people there? They may hate the Empire more than death itself, but I doubt they will trust you, if only because they are humans and you are elves. Islanzadi waved a hand. That is unimportant. Once we are within the city walls, we have ways to ensure that no one will oppose us. This is not the first time we have fought your kind. She removed her helm then, and her hair fell forward and framed her face between raven locks. I was not pleased to hear of your raid on Helgrind, but I take it the assault is already over and was successful. Yes, your majesty. Then my objections are for naught. I warn you, however, Aragon Shiratugal, do not imperil yourself on such needlessly dangerous ventures. It is a cruel thing I must say, but true nevertheless, and it is this, your life is more important than your cousin's happiness. I swore an oath to Roran that I would help him. Then you swore recklessly, without considering the consequences. Would you have me abandon those I care about? If I did that, I would become a man to despise and distrust, an ill-formed vehicle for the hopes of the people who believe I will, somehow, bring low Galbatorix. And also, while Katrina was Galbatorix's hostage, Roran was vulnerable to his manipulation.
May I have a
The
word?
queen lifted one dagger-sharp eyebrow, a vulnerability that you could have prevented Galbatorix from exploiting by tutoring Roran in certain oaths in this, the language of magic. I do not counsel you to cast away your friends or family. That would be folly indeed. But keep you firmly in mind what is at stake, the entirety of Algesia. If we fail now, then Galbatorix's tyranny will extend over all the races, and his reign shall have no conceivable end. You are the tip of the spear that is our effort, and if the tip should break and be lost, then our spear shall bounce off the armor of our foe, and we too shall be lost. Folds of lichen cracked underneath Aragon's fingers as he gripped the edge of the rock basin and suppressed the urge to make an impertinent remark about how any well-equipped warrior ought to have a sword or another weapon to rely upon besides a spear. He was frustrated by the direction the conversation had taken and eager to change the topic as quickly as he could. He had not contacted the queen so she could berate him as if he were a mere child. Nevertheless, allowing his impatience to dictate his actions would do nothing to further his cause, so he remained calm and replied, "Please believe me, your majesty, I take your concerns very, very seriously. I can only say that if I hadn't helped Roran, I would have been as miserable as he, and more so if he attempted to rescue Katrina by himself and died as a result. In either case, I would have been too upset to be of any use to you or anyone. Cannot we at least agree to differ on the subject? Neither of us shall convince the other." "Very well," said Islanzadi. "We shall lay the matter to rest, for the present. But do not think you have escaped a proper investigation of your decision, Aragon Dragon Rider. It seems to me you display a frivolous attitude toward your larger responsibilities, and that is a serious matter. I shall discuss it with Oromis. He will decide what is to be done about you. Now tell me, why did you seek this audience?" Aragon clenched his teeth several times before he could bring himself to, in a civil tone, explain the day's events, the reasons for his actions in regard to Sloane, and the punishment he envisioned for the butcher. When he finished, Islanzadi whirled around and paced the circumference of the tent, her movements as lithe as a cat's, then stopped and said, "You chose to stay behind, in the middle of the Empire, to save the life of a murderer and a traitor. You are alone with this man, on foot, without supplies or weapons, save for magic, and your enemies are close behind. I see my earlier admonishments were more than justified. Your Majesty, if you must be angry with me, be angry with me later. I want to resolve this quickly so I can get some rest before dawn. I have many miles to cover tomorrow." The queen nodded. "Your survival is all that matters. I shall be furious after we are done speaking. As for your request, such a thing is unprecedented in our history. If I had been in your place, I would have killed Sloane and rid myself of the problem then and there. I know you would have. I once watched Arya slay a gerfalcon who was injured, for she said its death was inevitable, and by killing it, she saved the bird hours of suffering. Perhaps I should have done the same with Sloane, but I couldn't. I think it would have been a choice I would have regretted for the rest of my life, or worse, one that would have made it easier for me to kill in the future." Islanzadi sighed, and suddenly she appeared tired. Aragon reminded himself that she too had been fighting that day. "Oromis may have been your proper teacher, but you have proved yourself Brahm's heir, not Oromis's. Brahm is the only other person who managed to entangle himself in as many predicaments as you. Like him, you seem compelled to find the deepest patch of quicksand and then dive into it. Aragon hid a smile, pleased by the comparison. What of Sloane? He asked. His fate rests with you now. Slowly, Islandzadi sat upon a stool next to the folding table, placed her hands in her lap, and gazed to one side of the seeing glass. Her countenance became one of enigmatic observation, a beautiful mask that concealed her thoughts and feelings, and one that Aragon could not penetrate, no matter how hard he strove. When she spoke, she said, as you have seen fit to save this man's life, at no little trouble and effort on your own part, I cannot refuse your request and thereby render your sacrifice meaningless. If Sloane survives the ordeal you have set before him, then Gildery and the wise shall allow him to pass, and Sloane shall have a room and a bed and food to eat. More I cannot promise, for what happens afterward will depend on Sloane himself, but if the conditions you named are met, then yes, we shall light his darkness. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are most generous. No, not generous. This war does not allow me to be generous, only practical. Go and do what you must, and be you careful, Aragon Shadowslayer. Your Majesty, he bowed. If I may ask one last favor, would you please refrain from telling Arya, Nasuda, or any of the Varden of my current situation? I don't want them to worry about me any longer than they have to, and they'll learn of it soon enough from Saphira. I shall consider your request. Aragon waited, but when she remained silent and it became clear she had no intention of announcing her decision, he bowed a second time and again said, Thank you. The glowing image on the surface of the water flickered and then vanished into darkness as Aragon ended the spell he had used to create it. He leaned back on his heels and gazed up at the multitude of stars, allowing his eyes to readjust to the faint, glimmering light they provided. Then he left the crumbling rock with the pool of water and retraced his path across the grass and scrub to the camp, where Sloane still sat upright, rigid as cast iron. Aragon struck a pebble with his foot, and the resulting noise revealed his presence to Sloane, who snapped his head around, quick as a bird. Have you made up your mind? Demanded Sloane. I have, said Aragon. He stopped and squatted in front of the butcher, steadying himself with one hand on the ground. Hear me well, for I don't intend to repeat myself. You did what you did because of your love for Katrina, or so you say. Whether you admit it or not, I believe you also had other, baser motives in wanting to separate her from Roran: anger, hate, vindictiveness, and your own hurt. Sloane's lips hardened into thin white lines. You wrong me. No, I don't think so. Since my conscience prevents me from killing you, your punishment is to be the most terrible I could invent short of death. I'm convinced that what you said before is true, that Katrina is more important to you than anything else. Therefore, your punishment is this: you shall not see, touch, or talk with your daughter again, even unto your dying day, and you shall live with the knowledge that she is with Roran and they are happy together, without you. Sloane inhaled through his clenched teeth. That is your punishment. Ha, you cannot enforce it. You have no prison to put me in. I'm not finished. I will enforce it by having you swear oaths in the elves' tongue, in the language of truth and magic, to abide by the terms of your sentence. You can't force me to give my word, Sloane growled. Not even if you torture me. I can, and I won't torture you. Furthermore, I will lay upon you a compulsion to travel northward until you reach the elf city of Elsmera, which stands deep in the heart of Duweldenbarden. You can try to resist the urge if you want, but no matter how long you fight it, the spell will irritate you like an unscratched itch until you obey its demands and travel to the elves' realm. Don't you have the guts to kill me yourself? Asked Sloane. You're too much of a coward to put a blade to my neck, so you'll make me wander the wilderness, blind and lost, until the weather or the beasts do me in. He spat to the left of Aragon. You're nothing but the yellow-bellied offspring of a canker-ridden bunter. You're a bastard, you are, and an unlicked cub. A dung-splattered, tallow-faced rock gnasher, a puking villain and a noxious toad, the runty, mewling spawn of a greasy sow. I wouldn't give you my last crust if you were starving, or a drop of water if you were burning, or a beggar's grave if you were dead. You have pus for marrow and fungus for brains, and you're a scug-backed cheek-biter. There was, Aragon thought, something rather obscenely impressive about Sloane's swearing, although his admiration did not prevent him from wanting to strangle the butcher, or to at least respond in kind. What stayed his desire for retaliation, however, was his suspicion that Sloane was deliberately trying to infuriate him enough to strike down the older man and thus give him a quick and undeserved end. Aragon said, Bastard I may be, but not a murderer. Sloane drew a sharp breath. Before he could resume his torrent of abuse, Aragon added, "Wherever you go, you shall not want for food, nor will wild animals attack you. I will place certain enchantments around you that will keep men and beasts from troubling you and will cause animals to bring you sustenance when you need it." "You can't do this," whispered Sloane. Even in the starlight, Aragon could see the last remnants of color drain from his skin, leaving him bone white. "You don't have the means. You don't have the right. I am a dragon rider. I have as much right as any king or queen." Then Aragon, who had no interest in continuing to chastise Sloane, uttered the butcher's true name loud enough for him to hear. An expression of horror and revelation crawled across Sloane's face, and he threw his arms up before him and held as if he had been stabbed. His cry was raw and jagged and desolate, the scream of a man condemned by his own nature to a fate he could not escape. He fell forward onto the palms of his hands and remained in that position and began to sob, his face obscured by shocks of hair. Aragon watched, transfixed by Sloane's reaction. Does learning your true name affect everyone like this? Would this happen to me as well? Hardening his heart to Sloane's misery, Aragon set about doing what he said he would. He repeated Sloane's true name and, word by word, schooled the butcher in the ancient language oaths that would ensure Sloane never met or contacted Katrina again. Sloane resisted with much weeping and wailing and grinding of his teeth, but no matter how vigorously he struggled, he had no choice but to obey whenever Aragon invoked his true name. And when they finished with the oaths, Aragon cast the 5 spells that would drive Sloane toward Elsmera, would protect him from unprovoked violence, and would entice the birds and the beasts and the fish that dwelled in the rivers and lakes to feed him. Aragon fashioned the spells so they would derive their energy from Sloane and not himself. Midnight was a fading memory by the time Aragon completed the final incantation. Drunk with weariness, he leaned against the hawthorn staff. Sloane lay curled at his feet. "Finished," said Aragon. A garbled moan drifted up from the figure below. It sounded as if Sloane were attempting to say something. Frowning, Aragon knelt beside him. Sloane's cheeks were red and bloody where he had scraped them with his fingers. His nose ran, and tears dripped from the corner of his left eye socket, which was the less mutilated of the two. Pity and guilt welled up inside of Aragon. It gave him no pleasure to see Sloane reduced to such a low state. He was a broken man, stripped of everything he valued in life, including his self-delusions, and Aragon was the one who had broken him. The accomplishment left Aragon feeling soiled, as if he had done something shameful. It was necessary, he thought, but no one should have to do what I did. Another moan emanated from Sloane, and then he said, "Only a piece of rope." "I didn't mean to, Isamira. No, no, please no." The butcher's ramblings subsided, and in the intervening silence, Aragon placed his hand on Sloane's upper arm. Sloane stiffened at the contact. "Aragon," he whispered, "Aragon, I am blind, and you send me to walk the land alone. I am forsaken and forsworn. I know who I am and I cannot bear it. Help me, kill me. Free me of this agony." On an impulse, Aragon pressed the hawthorn rod into Sloane's right hand and said, "Take my staff. Let it guide you on your journey. Kill me." "No." A cracked shout burst from Sloane's throat, and he thrashed from side to side and pounded the earth with his fists. "Cruel, cruel you are." His meager strength depleted, he curled into an even tighter ball, panting and whimpering. Bending over him, Aragon placed his mouth close to Sloane's ear and whispered, "I am not without mercy, so I give you this hope. If you reach Elsmera, you will find a home waiting for you. The elves will care for you and allow you to do whatever you want for the rest of your life, with one exception: once you enter Dueldenvarden, you cannot leave. Sloane, listen to me. When I was among the elves, I learned that a person's true name often changes as they age. Do you understand what that means? Who you are is not fixed for all of eternity. A man could forge himself anew if he so wanted." Sloane made no reply. Aragon left the staff next to Sloane and crossed to the other side of the camp and stretched out his full length on the ground. His eyes already closed, he mumbled a spell that would rouse him before dawn and then allowed himself to drift into the soothing embrace of his waking rest. The grey heath was cold, dark, and inhospitable when a low buzz sounded inside Aragon's head. "Letta," he said, and the buzzing ceased. Groaning as he stretched sore muscles, he got to his feet and lifted his arms over his head, shaking them to get the blood flowing. His back felt so bruised, he hoped it would be a long while before he had to swing a weapon again. He lowered his arms and then looked for Sloane. The butcher was gone. Aragon smiled as he saw a set of tracks, accompanied by the round imprint of the staff, leading away from the camp. The trail was confused and meandering, and yet its general direction was northward, toward the great forest of the elves. I want him to succeed, Aragon thought with mild surprise. I want him to succeed, because it will mean we may all have a chance to redeem ourselves from our mistakes. And if Sloane can mend the flaws in his character and come to terms with the evil he wrought, he will find his plight is not so bleak as he believes. For Aragon had not told Sloane that if the butcher demonstrated that he truly regretted his crimes, reformed his ways, and lived as a better person, Queen Islandzadi would have her spellweavers restore his vision. However, it was a reward Sloane had to earn without knowing about its existence, else he might seek to trick the elves into bestowing it prematurely. Aragon stared at the footprints for a long while, then lifted his gaze to the horizon and said, "Good luck." Tired, but also content, he turned his back on Sloane's trail and began to run across the gray heath. To the southwest, he knew there stood the ancient sandstone formations where Brom lay encased in his diamond tomb. He longed to divert his path and to go pay his respects but dared not, for if Galbatorix had discovered the site, he would send his agents there to look for Aragon. "I'll return," he said. "I promise you, Brom, someday I'll return." He sped onward. The trial of the long knives. "But we are your people." Fodor, a tall, high-nosed, black-skinned man, spoke with the same heavy emphasis and altered vowels Nasuda remembered hearing during her childhood in Farthandur, when emissaries from her father's tribe would arrive and she would sit on Ajahad's lap and doze while they talked and smoked Cardus weed. Nasuda gazed up at Fodor and wished she were 6 inches taller so that she could look the warlord and his 4 retainers straight in the eyes. Still, she was accustomed to men looming over her. She found it rather more disconcerting to be among a group of people who were as dark as she was. It was a novel experience not to be the object of people's curious stares and whispered comments. She was standing in front of the carved chair where she held her audiences, one of the only solid chairs the Varden had brought with them on their campaign, inside her red command pavilion. The sun was close to setting, and its rays filtered through the right side of the pavilion as through stained glass and gave the contents a ruddy glow. A long, low table covered with scattered reports and maps occupied one half of the pavilion. Just outside the entrance to the large tent, she knew the 6 members of her personal guard, 2 humans, 2 dwarves, and 2 Urgals, were waiting with drawn weapons, ready to attack if they received the slightest indication she was in peril. Jormungandr, her oldest and most trusted commander, had saddled her with guards since the day Ajihad died, but never so many for so long. However, the day after the battle on the burning plains, Jormungandr expressed his deep and abiding concern for her safety, a concern, he said, that often kept him up nights with a burning stomach. As an assassin had tried to kill her in a barren, and Murtaugh had actually accomplished the deed in regard to King Hrothgar less than a week past, it was Jormungandr's opinion that Nasuda ought to create a force dedicated to her own defense. She had objected that such a measure would be an overreaction but had been unable to convince Jormungandr. He had threatened to abdicate his post if she refused to adopt what he considered to be proper precautions. Eventually, she acceded, only to spend the next hour haggling over how many guards she was to have. He had wanted 12 or more at all times. She wanted 4 or fewer. They settled on 6, which still struck Nasuda as too many. She worried about appearing afraid or, worse, as if she were attempting to intimidate those she met. Again her protestations had failed to sway Jormungandr. When she accused him of being a stubborn old worrywart, he laughed and said, "Better a stubborn old worrywart than a foolhardy youngling dead before his time." As the members of her guard changed every 6 hours, the total number of warriors assigned to protect Nasuda was 34, including the 10 additional warriors who remained in readiness to replace their comrades in case of sickness, injury, or death. It was Nasuda who had insisted upon recruiting the force from each of the 3 mortal races arrayed against Galbatorix. By doing so, she hoped to foster greater solidarity among them, as well as to convey that she represented the interests of all the races under her command, not just the humans. She would have included the elves as well, but at the moment, Arya was the only elf who fought alongside the Varden and their allies, and the 12 spellcasters Islandzadi had sent to protect Aragon had yet to arrive. To Nasuda's disappointment, her human and dwarf guards had been hostile to the Urgals they served with, a reaction she anticipated but had been unable to avert or mitigate. It would, she knew, take more than one shared battle to ease the tensions between races that had fought and hated each other for more generations than she cared to count. Still, she viewed it as encouraging that the warriors chose to name their corps the Nighthawks, for the title was a play upon both her coloring and the fact that the Urgles invariably referred to her as Lady Nightstalker. Although she would never admit it to Jormungandr, Nasuda had quickly come to appreciate the increased sense of security her guards provided. In addition to being masters of their chosen weapons, whether they were the human swords, the dwarves, axes, or the Urgles' eccentric collection of instruments, many of the warriors were skilled spellweavers. And they had all sworn their undying loyalty to her in the ancient language. Since the day the Nighthawks first assumed their duties, they had not left Nasuda alone with another person, save for Farika, her handmaid. That was, until now. Nasuda had sent them out of the pavilion because she knew her meeting with Fador might lead to the type of bloodshed the Nighthawks' sense of duty would require them to prevent. Even so, she was not entirely defenseless. She had a dagger hidden in the folds of her dress, and an even smaller knife in the bodice of her undergarments, and the prescient witch child, Elva, was standing just behind the curtain that backed Nasuda's chair, ready to intercede if need be. Fador tapped his 4-foot-long scepter against the ground. The chased rod was made of solid gold, as was his fantastic array of jewelry. Gold bangles covered his forearms, a breastplate of hammered gold armored his chest, long, thick chains of gold hung around his neck, embossed discs of white gold stretched the lobes of his ears, and upon the top of his head rested a resplendent gold crown of such huge proportions, Nasuda wondered how Fador's neck could support the weight without buckling and how such a monumental piece of architecture remained fixed in place. It seemed one would have to bolt the edifice, which was at least 2.5 feet tall, to its bony bedrock in order to keep it from toppling over. Fador's men were garbed in the same fashion, although less opulently. The gold they wore served to proclaim not only their wealth but also the status and deeds of each individual and the skill of their tribe's far-famed craftsmen. As either nomads or city dwellers, the dark-skinned peoples of Algesia had long been renowned for the quality of their jewelry, which at its best rivaled that of the dwarves. Nasuda owned several pieces of her own, but she had chosen not to wear them. Her poor raiment could not compete with Fador's splendor. Also, she believed it would not be wise to affiliate herself with any one group, no matter how rich or influential, when she had to deal with and speak for all the differing factions of the Varden. If she displayed partiality toward one or another, her ability to control the whole lot of them would diminish. Which was the basis of her argument with Fador. Fador again jabbed his scepter into the ground. Blood is the most important thing. First come your responsibilities to your family, then to your tribe, then to your warlord, then to the gods above and below, and only then to your king and to your nation, if you have them. That is how Unalakuna intended men to live, and that is how we should live if we want to be happy. Are you brave enough to spit on the shoes of the old one? If a man does not help his family, whom can he depend upon to help him? Friends are fickle, but family is forever. You asked me, said Nasuda, to give positions of power to your fellow kinsmen because you are my mother's cousin and because my father was born among you. This I would be happy to do if your kinsmen could fulfill those positions better than anyone else in the Varden, but nothing you have said thus far has convinced me that is so. And before you squander more of your gilt-tongued eloquence, you should know that appeals based upon our shared blood are meaningless to me. I would give your request greater consideration if ever you had done more to support my father than send trinkets and empty promises to Farthendur. Only now that victory and influence are mine have you made yourself known to me. Well, my parents are dead, and I say I have no family but myself. You are my people, yes, but nothing more. Fador narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin and said, a woman's pride is always without sense. You shall fail without our support. He had switched to his native language, which forced Nasuda to respond in kind. She hated him for it. Her halting speech and uncertain tones exposed her unfamiliarity with her birth tongue, emphasizing that she had not grown up in their tribe but was an outsider. The ploy undermined her authority. I always welcome new allies, she said. However, I cannot indulge in favoritism, nor should you have need of it. Your tribes are strong and well-gifted. They should be able to rise quickly through the ranks of the Varden without having to rely upon the charity of others. Are you starving dogs to sit whining at my table, or are you men who can feed themselves? If you can, then I look forward to working with you to better the Varden's lot and to defeat Galbatorix. Bah, exclaimed Fador. Your offer is as false as you are. We shall not do servants' work, we are the chosen ones. You insult us, you do. You stand there and you smile, but your heart is full of scorpion's poison. Stifling her anger, Nasuda attempted to calm the warlord. It was not my intent to cause offense. I was only trying to explain my position. I have no enmity for the wandering tribes, nor have I any special love for them. Is that such a bad thing? It is worse than bad, it is bald-faced treachery. Your father made certain requests of us based upon our relation, and now you ignore our service and turn us away like empty-handed beggars. A sense of resignation overwhelmed Nasuda. So Elva was right, it is inevitable, she thought. A thrill of fear and excitement coursed through her. If it must be, then I have no reason to maintain this charade. Allowing her voice to ring forth, she said, requests that you did not honor half the time. We did. You did not, and even if you were telling the truth, the Varden's position is too precarious for me to give you something for nothing. You ask for favors, yet tell me, what do you offer in return? Will you help fund the Varden with your gold and jewels? Not directly, but will you give me the use of your craftsmen, free of charge? We could not. How, then, do you intend to earn these boons? You cannot pay with warriors, your men already fight for me, whether in the Varden or in King Orin's army. Be content with what you have, warlord, and do not seek more than is rightfully yours. You twist the truth to suit your own selfish goals. I seek what is rightfully ours. That is why I am here. You talk and you talk, yet your words are meaningless, for by your actions, you have betrayed us. The bangles on his arms clattered together as he gestured, as if before an audience of thousands. You admit we are your people. Then do you still follow our customs and worship our gods? Here is the turning point, thought Nasuda. She could lie and claim she had abandoned the old ways, but if she did, the Varden would lose Fodor's tribes, and other nomads besides, once they heard of her statement. We need them. We need everyone we can get if we're to have the slightest chance of toppling Galbatorix. I do, she said. Then I say you are unfit to lead the Varden, and as is my right, I challenge you to the trial of the long knives. If you are triumphant, we shall bow to you and never again question your authority. But if you lose, then you shall step aside, and I shall take your place as head of the Varden. Nasuda noted the spark of glee that lit Fodor's eyes. This is what he wanted all along, she realized. He would have invoked the trial even if I had complied with his demands. She said, perhaps I am mistaken, but I thought it was tradition that whoever won assumed command of his rival's tribes, as well as his own. Is that not so? She almost laughed at the expression of dismay that flashed across Fodor's face. You didn't expect me to know that, did you? It is. I accept your challenge, then, with the understanding that should I win, your crown and scepter will be mine. Are we agreed? Fodor scowled and nodded. We are. He stabbed his scepter deep enough into the ground that it stood upright by itself, then grasped the first bangle on his left arm and began to work it down over his hand. Wait, said Nasuda. Going to the table that filled the other side of the pavilion, she picked up a small brass bell and rang it twice, paused, and then rang it 4 times. Only a moment or two passed before Farika entered the tent. She cast a frank gaze at Nasuda's guests, then curtsied to the lot of them and said, Yes, mistress. Nasuda gave Fodor a nod. We may proceed. Then she addressed her handmaid. Help me out of my dress, I don't want to ruin it. The older woman looked shocked by the request. Here, ma'am, in front of these men. Yes, here, and be quick about it too. I shouldn't have to argue with my own servant. Nasuda was harsher than she meant to be, but her heart was racing and her skin was incredibly, terribly sensitive. The soft linen of her undergarments seemed as abrasive as canvas. Patience and courtesy were beyond her now. All she could concentrate on was her upcoming ordeal. Nasuda stood motionless as Farika picked and pulled at the laces to her dress, which extended from her shoulder blades to the base of her spine. When the cords were loose enough, Farika lifted Nasuda's arms out of the sleeves, and the shell of bunched fabric dropped in a pile around Nasuda's feet, leaving her standing almost naked in her white chemise. She fought back a shiver as the 4 warriors examined her, feeling vulnerable beneath their covetous looks. Ignoring them, she stepped forward, out of the dress, and Farika snatched the garment out of the dirt. Across from Nasuda, Fodor had been busy removing the bangles from his forearms, revealing the embroidered sleeves of his robes underneath. Finished, he lifted off his massive crown and handed it to one of his retainers. The sound of voices outside the pavilion delayed further progress. Marching through the entrance, a message boy, Jarsha was his name, Nasuda remembered, planted himself a foot or two inside and proclaimed, King Orin of Surda, Jormungandr of the Vardan, Triana of Duvrangargata, and Nako and Ramusewa of the Inapashana tribe. Jarsha very pointedly kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling while he spoke. Snapping about, Jarsha departed and the congregation he had announced entered, with Orin at the vanguard. The king saw Fodor first and greeted him, saying, "Ah, warlord, this is unexpected. I trust you in." Astonishment suffused his youthful face as he beheld Nasuda. "Why, Nasuda, what is the meaning of this?" "I should like to know that as well," rumbled Jormungandr. He gripped the hilt of his sword and glowered at anyone who dared stare at her too openly. "I have summoned you here," she said, "to witness the trial of the long knives between Fodor and myself and to afterwards speak the truth of the outcome to everyone who asks." The two gray-haired tribesmen, Nako and Ramusewa, appeared alarmed by her revelation. They leaned close together and began to whisper. Triana crossed her arms, bearing the snake bracelet coiled around one slim wrist, but otherwise betrayed no reaction. Jormungandr swore and said, "Have you taken leave of your senses, my lady? This is madness. You cannot." "I can, and I will. My lady, if you do, Your concern is noted, but my decision is final. And I forbid anyone from interfering." She could tell he longed to disobey her order, but as much as he wanted to shield her from harm, loyalty had ever been Jormundra's predominant trait. "But, Nasuda," said King Orin, "this trial, is not it where?" "It is." "Blast it, then, why don't you give up this mad venture? You would have to be addled to carry it out." "I have already given my word to Fodor." The mood in the pavilion became even more somber. That she had given her word meant she could not rescind her promise without revealing herself to be an honorless oath-breaker that fair-minded men would have no choice but to curse and shun. Orin faltered for a moment, but he persisted with his questions. "To what end?" "That is, if you should lose." "If I should lose, the Vardan shall no longer answer to me, but to Fodor." Nasuda had expected a storm of protest. Instead, there came a silence, wherein the hot anger that animated King Orin's visage cooled and sharpened and acquired a brittle temper. "I do not appreciate your choice to endanger our entire cause." To Fodor, he said, "Will you not be reasonable and release Nasuda from her obligation? I will reward you richly if you agree to abandon this ill-conceived ambition of yours." "I am rich already," said Fodor. "I have no need for your tin-tainted gold. No, nothing but the trial of the long knives can compensate me for the slander Nasuda has aimed at my people and me." "Bear witness now," said Nasuda. Orin clenched tight the folds of his robes, but he bowed and said, I will bear witness." From within their voluminous sleeves, Fodor's 4 warriors produced small, hairy goat-hide drums. Squatting, they placed the drums between their knees and struck up a furious beat, pounding so fast, their hands were sooty smudges in the air. The rough music obliterated all other sound, as well as the host of frantic thoughts that had been bedeviling Nasuda. Her heart felt as if it were keeping pace with the manic tempo that assaulted her ears. Without missing a single note, the oldest of Fodor's men reached inside his vest and, from there, drew 2 long, curved knives that he tossed toward the peak of the tent. Nasuda watched the knives tumble haft over blade, fascinated by the beauty of their motion. When it was close enough, she lifted her arm and caught her knife. The opal-studded hilt stung her palm. Fodor successfully intercepted his weapon as well. He then grasped the left cuff of his garment and pushed the sleeve past his elbow. Nasuda kept her eyes fixed upon Fodor's forearm as he did. His limb was thick and muscled, but she deemed that of no importance. Athletic gifts would not help him win their contest. What she looked for instead were the telltale ridges that, if they existed, would lie across the belly of his forearm. She observed 5 of them. 5, she thought. So many. Her confidence wavered as she contemplated the evidence of Fodor's fortitude. The only thing that kept her from losing her nerve altogether was Elva's prediction. The girl had said that, in this, Nasuda would prevail. Nasuda clung to the memory as if it were her only child. She said, "I can do this, so I must be able to outlast Fodor. I must be able to." As he was the one who had issued the challenge, Fodor went first. He held his left arm straight out from his shoulder, palm upward, placed the blade of his knife against his forearm, just below the crease of his elbow, and drew the mirror-polished edge across his flesh. His skin split like an overripe berry, blood welling from within the crimson crevice. He locked gazes with Nasuda. She smiled and set her own knife against her arm. The metal was as cold as ice. Theirs was a test of wills to discover who could withstand the most cuts. The belief was that whoever aspired to become the chief of a tribe, or even a warlord, should be willing to endure more pain than anyone else for the sake of his or her people. Otherwise, how could the tribes trust their leaders to place the concerns of the community before their own selfish desires? It was Nasuda's opinion that the practice encouraged extremism, but she also understood the ability of the gesture to earn people's trust. Although the trial of the long knives was specific to the dark-skinned tribes, besting Fodor would solidify her standing among the Varden and, she hoped, King Oren's followers. She offered a quick plea for strength to Gokakara, the praying mantis goddess, and then pulled on the knife. The sharpened steel slid through her skin so easily, she struggled to avoid cutting too deeply. She shuddered at the sensation. She wanted to fling the knife away and clutch her wound and scream. She did none of those things. She kept her muscles slack. If she tensed, the process would hurt all the more. And she kept smiling as, slowly, the blade mutilated her body. The cut ended after only 3 seconds, but in those seconds, her outraged flesh delivered 1,000 shrieking complaints, and each one nearly made her stop. As she lowered the knife, she noticed that while the tribesmen still beat upon their drums, she heard naught but the pounding of her pulse. Then Fodor slashed himself a second time. The cords in his neck stood in high relief, and his jugular vein bulged as if it would burst while the knife carved its bloody path. Nasuda saw it was her turn again. Knowing what to expect only increased her fear. Her instinct for self-preservation, an instinct that had served her well on all other occasions, warred against the commands she sent to her arm and hand. Desperate, she concentrated upon her desire to preserve the Varden and overthrow Galbatorix, the two causes to which she had devoted her entire being. In her mind, she saw her father in Jormungandr and Aragon and the people of the Varden, and she thought, for them. I do this for them. I was born to serve, and this is my service. She made the incision. A moment later, Fodor opened up a third gash on his forearm, as did Nasuda on her own. The fourth cut followed soon thereafter. And the fifth. A strange lethargy overtook Nasuda. She was so very tired, and cold as well. It occurred to her then that tolerance of pain might not decide the trial, but rather who would faint first from loss of blood. Shifting streams of it ran across her wrist and down her fingers, splashing into the thick pool by her feet. A similar, if larger, puddle gathered around Fodor's boots. The row of gaping red slits on the warlord's arm reminded Nasuda of the gills of a fish, a thought that for some reason seemed incredibly funny to her. She had to bite her tongue to keep from giggling. With a howl, Fodor succeeded in completing his sixth cut. Best that, you feckless witch! He shouted over the noise of the drums, and dropped to one knee. She did. Fodor trembled as he transferred his knife from his right hand to his left. Tradition dictated a maximum of 6 cuts per arm, else you risked severing the veins and tendons close to the wrist. As Nasuda imitated his movement, King Oren sprang between them and said, "Stop. I won't allow this to continue. You're going to kill yourselves." He reached toward Nasuda, then jumped back as she stabbed at him. "Don't meddle," she growled between her teeth. Now Fodor started on his right forearm, releasing a spray of blood from his rigid muscles. He's clenching, she realized. She hoped the mistake would be enough to break him. Nasuda could not help herself. She uttered a wordless cry when the knife parted her skin. The razor edge burned like a white-hot wire. Halfway through the cut, her traumatized left arm twitched. The knife swerved as a result, leaving her with a long, jagged laceration twice as deep as the others. Her breath stopped while she weathered the agony. "I can't go on," she thought. I can't. It's too much to bear. I'd rather die. Oh please, let it end." It gave her some relief to indulge in those and other desperate complaints, but in the depths of her heart, she knew she would never give up. For the 8th time, Fodor positioned his blade above one of his forearms, and there he held it, the pale metal suspended 1/4 of an inch away from his sable skin. He remained thus as sweat dripped over his eyes and his wounds shed ruby tears. It appeared as though his courage might have failed him, but then he snarled and, with a quick yank, sliced his arm. His hesitation bolstered Nasuda's flagging strength. A fierce exhilaration overtook her, transmuting her pain into an almost pleasurable sensation. She matched Fodor's effort and then, spurred onward by her sudden, heedless disregard for her own well-being, brought the knife down again. "Best that," she whispered. The prospect of having to make 2 cuts in a row, one to equal the number of Nasuda's and one to advance the contest, seemed to intimidate Fodor. He blinked, licked his lips, and adjusted his grip on his knife 3 times before he raised the weapon over his arm. His tongue darted out and moistened his lips again. A spasm distorted his left hand, and the knife dropped from his contorted fingers, burying itself upright in the ground. He picked it up. Underneath his robe, his chest rose and fell with frantic speed. Lifting the knife, he touched it to his arm. It promptly drew a small trickle of blood. Fatowar's jaw knotted and writhed, and then a shudder ran the length of his spine and he doubled over, pressing his injured arms against his belly. "I submit," he said. The drums stopped. The ensuing silence lasted for only an instant before King Orin, Jormungandr, and everyone else filled the pavilion with their overlapping exclamations. Nasuda paid no attention to their remarks. Groping behind herself, she found her chair and sank into it, eager to take the weight off her legs before they gave way beneath her. She strove to remain conscious as her vision dimmed and flickered. The last thing she wanted to do was pass out in front of the tribesmen. A gentle pressure on her shoulder alerted her to the fact that Farika was standing next to her, holding a pile of bandages. "My lady, may I tend to you?" asked Farika, her expression both concerned and hesitant, as if she were uncertain how Nasuda would react. Nasuda nodded her approval. As Farika began to wind strips of linen around her arms, Nako and Ramusewa approached. They bowed, and Ramusewa said, "Never before has anyone endured so many cuts in the trial of the long knives. Both you and Fatawar proved your mettle, but you are undoubtedly the victor. We shall tell our people of your achievement, and they shall give you their fealty." "Thank you," said Nasuda. She closed her eyes as the throbbing in her arms increased. "My lady." Around her, Nasuda heard a confused medley of sounds, which she made no effort to decipher, preferring instead to retreat deep inside herself, where her pain was no longer so immediate and menacing. She floated in the womb of a boundless black space, illuminated by formless blobs of ever-changing color. Her respite was interrupted by the voice of Triana as the sorceress said, "Leave off what you're doing, handmaid, and remove those bandages so I can heal your mistress." Nasuda opened her eyes to see Jormungandr, King Orin, and Triana standing over her. Fatawar and his men had departed the pavilion. "No," said Nasuda. The group looked at her with surprise, and then Jormungandr said, "Nasuda, your thoughts are clouded. The trial is over. You don't have to live with these cuts any longer. In any event, we have to staunch your bleeding. Farika is doing that well enough as is. I shall have a healer stitch my wounds and make a poultice to reduce the swelling, and that is all." "But why?" "The trial of the long knives requires participants to allow their wounds to heal at their natural pace. Otherwise, we won't have experienced the full measure of pain the trial entails. If I violate the rule, Fatawar will be declared the victor." "Will you at least allow me to alleviate your suffering?" asked Triana. "I know several spells that can eliminate any amount of pain. If you had consulted me beforehand, I could have arranged it so that you could lop off an entire limb without the slightest discomfort." Nasuda laughed and allowed her head to loll to the side, feeling rather giddy. "My answer would have been the same then as it is now. Trickery is dishonorable. I had to win the trial without deceit so no one can question my leadership in the future." In a deadly soft tone, King Orin said, "But what if you had lost?" "I could not lose. Even if it meant my death, I never would have allowed Fatawar to gain control of the Varden." Grave, Orin studied her for a long while. "I believe you. Only, is the tribe's loyalty worth such a great sacrifice? You are not so common that we can easily replace you." "The tribe's loyalty? No, but this will have an effect far beyond the tribes, as you must know. It should help unify our forces. And that is a prize valuable enough for me to willingly brave a host of unpleasant deaths. Pray tell, what would the Varden have gained if you had died today? No benefit would exist then. Your legacy would be discouragement, chaos, and likely ruin." Whenever Nasuda drank wine, mead, and especially strong spirits, she became most cautious with her speech and motions, for even if she did not notice it at once, she knew the alcohol degraded her judgment and coordination, and she had no desire to behave inappropriately or to give others an advantage in their dealings with her. Pain drunk as she was, she later realized she should have been as vigilant in her discussion with Orin as if she had imbibed 3 tankards of the dwarves' blackberry honey mead. If she had, her well-developed sense of courtesy would have prevented her from replying so. "You worry like an old man, Orin. I had to do this, and it is done. 'Tis bootless to fret about it now. I took a risk, yes. But we cannot defeat Galbatorix unless we dance along the very cliff edge of disaster. You are a king. You ought to understand that danger is the mantle a person assumes when he, or she, has the arrogance to decide the fates of other men. I understand well enough, growled Orin. My family and I have defended Serta against the Empire's encroachment every day of our lives for generations, while the Varden merely hid in Farthendur and leeched off Hrothgar's generosity. His robe swirled about him as he turned and stalked out of the pavilion. That was badly handled, my lady, observed Jormungandr. Nasuda winced as Farika tugged on her bandages. I know, she gasped. I'll mend his broken pride tomorrow. Winged tidings. A gap appeared then in Nasuda's memories, an absence of sensory information so complete, she only became aware of the missing time when it dawned upon her that Jormungandr was shaking her shoulder and saying something loudly. It took her several moments to decipher the sounds coming out of his mouth, and then she heard, keep looking at me, blast it. That's the thing, don't go to sleep again. You won't wake up again if you do. You can let go of me, Jormungandr, she said, and mustered a weak smile. I'm all right now. And my Uncle Unset was an elf. Wasn't he? Bah, you are the same as your father, always ignoring caution when it comes to your own safety. The tribes can rot in their bloody old customs, for all I care. Let a healer at you. You're in no condition to make decisions. That's why I waited until it was evening. See, the sun is almost down. I can rest tonight, and tomorrow I will be able to deal with the affairs that require my attention. Farika appeared from the side and hovered over Nasuda. Oh, ma'am, you gave us quite a fright there. Still are, as a matter of fact, muttered Jormungandr. Well, I'm better now. Nasuda pushed herself upright in the chair, ignoring the heat from her forearms. You can both go, I shall be fine. Jormungandr, send word to Fodor that he may remain chief of his own tribe, so long as he swears loyalty to me as his warlord. He is too skilled a leader to waste. And, Farika, on your way back to your tent, please inform Angela the herbalist that I require her services. She agreed to mix some tonics and poultices for me. I won't leave you alone in this condition, declared Jormungandr. Farika nodded, begging your pardon, my lady, but I agree with him. It's not safe. Nasuda glanced toward the entrance to the pavilion, to ensure none of the Nighthawks were close enough to overhear, and then dropped her voice into a low whisper. I shall not be alone. Jormungandr's eyebrows shot up, and an alarmed expression crossed Farika's face. I am never alone. Do you understand? You have taken certain precautions, my lady? Asked Jormungandr. I have. Both her caretakers appeared uneasy with her assurance, and Jormungandr said, Nasuda, your safety is my responsibility. I need to know what additional protection you may have and who exactly has access to your person. No, she said gently. Seeing the hurt and indignation that appeared in Jormungandr's eyes, she continued. It's not that I doubt your loyalty, far from it. Only, this I must have for myself. For the sake of my own peace of mind, I need to have a dagger no one else can see, a hidden weapon tucked up my sleeve, if you will. Consider it a flaw in my character, but do not torment yourself by imagining my choice is in any way a criticism of how you perform your duties. My lady, Jormungandr bowed, a formality he almost never used with her. Nasuda lifted her hand, indicating her permission for them to leave, and Jormungandr and Farika hurried from the red pavilion. For a long minute, perhaps two, the only sound Nasuda heard was the harsh cry of Gorkrows circling above the Varden's encampment. Then, from behind her, there came a slight rustling, like that of a mouse nosing about for food. Turning her head, she saw Elva slip out of her hiding place, emerging between two panels of fabric into the main chamber of the pavilion. Nasuda studied her. The girl's unnatural growth had continued. When Nasuda first met her but a short while ago, Elva had appeared between 3 and 4 years old. Now she looked closer to 6. Her plain dress was black, with a few folds of purple around the neck and shoulders. Her long, straight hair was even darker, a liquid void that flowed down to the small of her back. Her sharp-angled face was bone white, for she rarely ventured outside. The dragon mark on her brow was silver. And her eyes, her violet eyes, contained a jaded, cynical air, the result of Aragon's blessing that was a curse, for it forced her to both endure other people's pain and also try to prevent it. The recent battle had almost killed her, what with the combined agony of thousands beating upon her mind, even though one of Duvrangar Gata had placed her in an artificial slumber for the duration of the fighting, in an attempt to protect her. Only recently had the girl begun to speak and take interest in her surroundings again. She wiped her rosebud mouth with the back of her hand, and Nasuda asked, "Were you ill?" Elva shrugged. "The pain I'm used to, but it never gets any easier to resist Aragon's spell. I am hard to impress, Nasuda, but you are a strong woman to withstand so many cuts." Even though Nasuda had heard it many times, Elva's voice still inspired a thrill of alarm in her, for it was the bitter, mocking voice of a world-weary adult, not that of a child. She struggled to ignore it as she responded, "You are stronger. I did not have to suffer through Fodor's pain as well. Thank you for staying with me. I know what it must have cost you, and I'm grateful." Grateful. Ha, there's an empty word for me, Lady Nightstalker. Elva's small lips twisted in a misshapen smile. "Have you anything to eat? I'm famished." "Farika left some bread and wine behind those scrolls," said Nasuda, pointing across the pavilion. She watched the girl make her way to the food and begin wolfing down the bread, cramming large chunks into her mouth. "At least you won't have to live like this for much longer. As soon as Aragon returns, he'll remove the spell." Perhaps. After she had devoured half a loaf, Elva paused. "I lied about the trial of the long knives." "What do you mean?" "I foresaw that you would lose, not win." "What?" "If I had allowed events to take their course, your nerve would have broken on the seventh cut and Fodor would be sitting where you are now. So I told you what you needed to hear in order to prevail." A chill crept over Nasuda. If what Elva said was true, then she was in the witch child's debt more than ever. Still, she disliked being manipulated, even if it was for her own benefit. "I see. It seems I must thank you once again." Elva laughed then, a brittle sound. "And you hate every moment of it, don't you? No matter. You need not worry about offending me, Nasuda. We are useful to each other, no more." Nasuda was relieved when one of the dwarves guarding the pavilion, the captain of that particular watch, banged his hammer against his shield and proclaimed, "The herbalist Angela requests an audience with you, Lady Nightstalker." "Granted," said Nasuda, raising her voice. Angela bustled into the pavilion, carrying several bags and baskets looped over her arms. As always, her curly hair formed a stormy cloud around her face, which was pinched with concern. At her heels padded the werecat Solembum, in his animal form. He immediately angled toward Elva and began to rub against her legs, arching his back as he did. Depositing her luggage on the ground, Angela rolled her shoulders and said, "Really? Between you and Aragon, I seem to spend most of my time among the Varden healing people too silly to realize they need to avoid getting chopped into tiny little pieces." While she spoke, the short herbalist marched over to Nasuda and began unwinding the bandages around her right forearm. She clucked with disapproval. Normally, this is when the healer asks her patient how she is, and the patient lies through her teeth and says, "Oh, not too bad," and the healer says, "Good, good. Be cheery and you'll make a fine recovery." I think it's obvious, however, you're not about to start running around and leading charges against the Empire. Far from it. "I will recover, won't I?" asked Nasuda. "You would if I could use magic to seal up these wounds. Since I can't, it's a bit harder to tell. You'll have to muddle along like most people do and hope none of these cuts get infected." She paused in her work and gazed directly at Nasuda. "You do realize these will scar? It will be what it will be." "True enough." Nasuda stifled a groan and gazed upward as Angela stitched each of her wounds and then covered them with a thick, wet mat of pulped plants. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Solembum jump onto the table and sit next to Elva. Extending a large, shaggy paw, the werecat hooked a piece of bread off Elva's plate and nibbled on the morsel, his white fangs flashing. The black tassels on his oversized ears quivered as he swiveled his ears from side to side, listening to metal-clad warriors walking past the red pavilion. "Barzel," muttered Angela, "only men would think of cutting themselves to determine who the pack leader is. Idiots." It hurt to laugh, but Nasuda could not help herself. "Indeed," she said after her fit subsided. Just as Angela finished readying the last strip of cloth around Nasuda's arms, the dwarf captain outside the pavilion shouted, "Halt!" And there came a chorus of shimmering, bell-like notes as the human guards crossed their swords, barring the way to whoever sought entrance. Without pausing to think, Nasuda drew the 4-inch knife from the sheath sewn within the bodice of her chemise. It was difficult for her to grasp the hilt, as her fingers felt thick and clumsy and the muscles in her arm were slow to respond. It was as if the limb had fallen asleep, save for the sharp, burning lines scribed into her flesh. Angela also pulled a dagger from somewhere in her clothes, and she placed herself before Nasuda and muttered a line of the ancient language. Leaping to the ground, Solembum crouched next to Angela. His fur stood on end, making him appear larger than most dogs. He growled low in his throat. Elva continued eating, seemingly unperturbed by the commotion. She examined the morsel of bread she was holding between her thumb and index finger, as one might inspect a strange species of insect, and then dipped it into a goblet of wine and popped the bread into her mouth. "My lady!" shouted a man. Aragon and Saphira fast approached from the northeast. Nasuda sheathed her knife. Pushing herself out of her chair, she said to Angela, "Help me dress." Angela held the garment open in front of Nasuda, who stepped into it. Then Angela gently guided Nasuda's arms into the sleeves and, when they were in place, set about lacing up the back of the dress. Elva joined her. Together, they soon had Nasuda properly attired. Nasuda surveyed her arms and saw no trace of her bandages. "Should I hide or reveal my injuries?" she asked. "That depends," said Angela. "Do you think showing them will increase your standing or encourage your enemies, because they assume you are weak and vulnerable?" The question is actually a rather philosophical one, predicated on whether when looking at a man who has lost a big toe, you say, "Oh, he's a cripple," or, "Oh, he was smart or strong or lucky enough to escape worse injury." Quote, "You make the strangest comparisons." Thank you. "The trial of the long knives is a contest of strength," said Elva. "That is well known among the Varden and Serdans. Are you proud of your strength, Nasuda?" "Cut off the sleeves," said Nasuda. When they hesitated, she said, "Go on. At the elbows. Don't mind the dress, I shall have it repaired later." With a few deft movements, Angela removed the sections Nasuda had identified and dropped the excess fabric on the table. Nasuda lifted her chin. "Elva, if you sense I'm about to faint, please tell Angela and have her catch me." "Shall we, then?" The three of them gathered into a tight formation, with Nasuda at the lead. Solembum walked alone. As they exited the red pavilion, the dwarf captain barked, "Stations!" And the 6 present members of the Nighthawks ranged themselves around Nasuda's group, the humans and dwarves fore and aft, and the hulking cull, Urgles who stood 8 feet and taller, on either side. Dusk spread its gold and purple wings over the Varden's encampment, lending a sense of mystery to the rows of canvas tents that extended beyond the limits of Nasuda's sight. Deepening shadows presaged the advent of night, and countless torches and witchfires already glowed pure and bright in the warm twilight. The sky was clear to the east. South, a long, low cloud of black smoke hid the horizon and the burning plains, which were a league and a half away. West, a line of beeches and aspens marked the path of the Jayat River, upon which floated the Dragon Wing, the ship Jayat and Roran and the other villagers from Carvajal had pirated. But Nasuda had eyes only for the north, and the glittering shape of Saphira descending thence. Light from the fading sun still illuminated her, cloaking her in a blue halo. She appeared like a cluster of stars falling from the heavens. The sight was so majestic, Nasuda stood transfixed for a moment, thankful she was fortunate enough to witness it. "They're safe," she thought, and breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior who had brought word of Saphira's arrival, a thin man with a large, untrimmed beard, bowed and then pointed. "My lady, as you can see, I spoke the truth." "Yes, you did well. You must have exceedingly sharp eyes to have spotted Saphira earlier. What is your name?" "Fletcher, son of Hardin, my lady."
Well, I presume. Oh, I am an old crow here, perhaps you.
The warrior who had brought word of Saphira's arrival, a thin man with a large, untrimmed beard, bowed and then pointed. "My lady, as you can see, I spoke the truth." "Yes, you did well. You must have exceedingly sharp eyes to have spotted Saphira earlier. What is your name?" "Fletcher, son of Hardin, my lady." "You have my thanks, Fletcher." You may return to your post now. With another bow, the man trotted off toward the edge of the camp. Keeping her gaze fixed upon Saphira, Nasuda picked her way between the rows of tents toward the large clearing set aside as a place for Saphira to land and take off. Her guards and companions accompanied her, but she paid them little heed, eager as she was to rendezvous with Aragon and Saphira. She had spent much of the previous days worrying about them, both as the leader of the Varden and, somewhat to her surprise, as a friend. Saphira flew as fast as any hawk or falcon Nasuda had seen, but she was still a number of miles away from the camp, and it took her almost 10 minutes to traverse the remaining distance. In that time, a massive crowd of warriors gathered around the clearing, humans, dwarves, and even a contingent of gray-skinned Urgals, led by Nargarsvog, who spit at the men closest to them. Also in the congregation were King Orin and his courtiers, who positioned themselves opposite Nasuda, Narheim, the dwarf ambassador who had assumed Oric's duties since Oric left for Farth and Duer, Jormungandr, the other members of the Council of Elders, and Arya. The tall elf woman wove her way through the crowd toward Nasuda. Even with Saphira and I upon them, men and women alike tore their gaze from the sky to watch Arya's progress. She presented such a striking image. Dressed all in black, she wore leggings like a man, a sword on her hip, and a bow and quiver on her back. Her skin was the color of light honey. Her face was as angular as a cat's. And she moved with a slinking, muscular grace that bespoke her skill with a blade, and also her supernatural strength. Her eccentric ensemble had always struck Nasuda as slightly indecent, it revealed so much of her form. But Nasuda had to admit that even if Arya donned a gown of rags, she would still appear more regal and dignified than any mortal-born noble. Halting before Nasuda, Arya gestured with one elegant finger at Nasuda's wounds. As the poet Ern said, to place yourself in harm's way for the sake of the people and the country you love is the finest thing one can do. I have known every leader of the Varden, and they were all mighty men and women, and none so much as a jihad. In this, though, I believe you have surpassed even him. You honor me, Arya, but I fear that if I burn so brightly, too few shall remember my father as he deserves. The deeds of the children are a testament of the upbringing they received from their parents. Burn like the sun, Nasuda, for the brighter you burn, the more people there shall be who will respect a jihad for teaching you how to bear the responsibilities of command at such a tender age. Nasuda dipped her head, taking to heart Arya's advice. Then she smiled and said, a tender age. I'm a grown woman, by our reckoning. Amusement gleamed in Arya's green eyes. True, but if we judge by years, and not wisdom, no human would be considered an adult among my kind. Except for Galbatorix, that is. And me, Angela chimed in. Come now, said Nasuda, you can't be much older than I am. Ha, you're confusing appearances with age. You ought to have more sense than that after being around Arya so long. Before Nasuda could ask just how old Angela really was, she felt a hard tug on the back of her dress. Looking around, she saw that it was Elva who had taken such a liberty and that the girl was beckoning. Bending, Nasuda placed an ear close to Elva, who muttered, Aragon's not on Saphira. Nasuda's chest tightened, restricting her breathing. She peered upward. Saphira circled directly over the camp, some thousands of feet high. Her huge, bat-like wings were black against the sky. Nasuda could see Saphira's underside, and her talons white against the lapped scales of her belly, but nothing of whoever might be riding her. How do you know? She asked, keeping her voice low. I cannot feel his discomfort, nor his fears. Roran is there, and a woman I guess is Katrina. No one else. Straightening, Nasuda clapped her hands and said, Jormungandr, allowing her voice to ring forth. Jormungandr, who was almost a dozen yards away, came running, shoving aside those who got in his way. He was experienced enough to know when an emergency was at hand. My lady. Clear the field. Get everyone away from here before Saphira lands. Including Orin and Narheim and Garsvog. She grimaced. No, but allow no one else to remain. Hurry. As Jormungandr began shouting orders, Arya and Angela converged upon Nasuda. They appeared as alarmed as she felt. Arya said, Saphira would not be so calm if Aragon was hurt or dead. Where is he, then? Demanded Nasuda. What trouble has he gotten himself into now? A raucous commotion filled the clearing as Jormungandr and his men directed the onlookers back to their tents, laying about them with swagger sticks whenever the reluctant warriors lingered or protested. Several scuffles broke out, but the captains under Jormungandr quickly overwhelmed the culprits, so as to prevent the violence from taking root and spreading. Fortunately, the Urgals, at the word of their war chief, Garsbog, left without incident, although Garsbog himself advanced toward Nasuda, as did King Orin and the dwarf Narheim. Nasuda